The vibe can be defined by the fact that we're in a church. It sort of has this gravitas about it. When you walk in, you feel like we're here to hear some really inspirational and profound messages that hopefully change the way that we approach things that we do in our industry. And so I'm thrilled to have been part of it. It's been a fantastic event.
Lots of great people, great technical people, lots of chatting, lots of mingling, meeting old friends, making lots of new friends, and I'd say I'm like 110% on the level of expectation.
Town to town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OBP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
and learns a lot and just goes out there and try out new inspiring things.
It's pretty amazing. The location is amazing, the venue is always amazing, the people are amazing, I'm amazing. No, I'm kidding. It's great overall, yeah.
It's cool. Like, yeah, the venue is really good. 1,500 attendees, right? Something like that. It's the biggest React conference worldwide.
Follow me.
The sea of people was just amazing. Oh, I want to share my love for React. I love React and I'm very excited to talk about it with everybody.
My goal is just to make one person here go home and create something unique.
Don't get stuck doing the same thing over and over. Learn new things, experience.
This is a friendly community and I want to keep it that way.
The new things they're pushing out, how we can learn from each other, that's what it's all about for me.
I think the conference has been really lovely.
Is that enough? Are we done?
My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something more expensive. Or I could just use Mux.
Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating want. Linger and touch these soft words whispered in the dark.
The conference so far has been great. The venue is insane.
When I came in, it was nice with the blue lights everywhere and stuff. Dope sound system.
I love the visual style. I love the slides, the talks, the MC is crazy.
This event has been awesome. I really love we've got a massive variety of different talks, from testing to the new hotness in React, and the quality of the speakers has been amazing.
Really well organized. I really enjoyed it. You have a good mix of technical talks and fun talks.
The conference is great. I mean, I think it's nice to see a wide variety of people coming from multiple different parts that are not just from Berlin. It's a nice opportunity to learn more about the ecosystem, learn more about the technology, and a great chance to do networking with our colleagues.
It's really important that we have a place at least once in a year where the entire community is here.
Amazing experience which brings all of us little atoms in the React ecosystem together and allows us to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and encourage each other.
So if you want to check out a conference, I would say definitely come to this one. It's really amazing. You're going to have some real fun.
What are you going to use? Do you want to customize it?
The vibe can be defined by the fact that we're in a church. It sort of has this gravitas about it. When you walk in, you feel like we're here to hear some really inspirational and profound messages that hopefully change the way that we approach things that we do in our industry. And so I'm thrilled to have been part of it. It's been a fantastic event.
lots of great people, great technical people, lots of chatting, lots of mingling, meeting old friends, making lots of new friends, and I'd say I'm like 110% on the level of expectation.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Learns a lot and just goes out there and try out new inspiring things.
It's pretty amazing. The location is amazing, the venue is always amazing, the people are amazing, I'm amazing. No, I'm kidding. It's great overall, yeah.
It's cool. Like, yeah, the venue is really good. 1,500 attendees, right? Something like that. The biggest React conference worldwide.
Follow me. The sea of people was just amazing. Oh, I want to share my love for React. I love React, and I'm very excited to talk about it with everybody.
My goal is just to make one person here go home and create something unique.
Don't get stuck doing the same thing over and over. Learn new things, experience.
This is a friendly community, and I want to keep it that way.
The new things they're pushing out, how we can learn from each other, that's what it's all about for me.
I think the conference has been really lovely.
Is that enough? Are we done?
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like. Or I could just use Mux.
The conference so far has been great. The venue is insane.
When I came in, it was nice with the blue lights everywhere and stuff. Dope sound system.
I love the visual style. I love the slides, the talks, the MC is crazy.
This event has been awesome. I really love, we've got a massive variety of different talks, from testing to the new hotness in React, and the quality of the speakers has been amazing.
Really well organized. I really enjoyed it. You have a good mix of technical talks and fun talks.
The conference is great. I mean, I think it's nice to see a wide variety of people coming from multiple different parts that are not just from Berlin. It's a nice opportunity to learn more about the ecosystem, learn more about the technology, and a great chance to do networking with our colleagues.
It's really important that we have a place at least once in a year where the entire community is here.
Amazing experience which brings all of us little atoms in the React ecosystem together and allows us to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and encourage each other.
So if you want to check out a conference, I would say definitely come to this one. It's really amazing. You're going to have some real fun.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
The vibe can be defined by the fact that we're in a church. It sort of has this gravitas about it. When you walk in, you feel like we're here to hear some really inspirational and profound messages that hopefully change the way that we approach things that we do in our industry. And so I'm thrilled to have been part of it. It's been a fantastic event.
lots of great people, great technical people, lots of chatting, lots of mingling, meeting old friends, making lots of new friends, and I'd say I'm like 110% on the level of expectation.
Jack it up.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Learns a lot and just goes out there and try out new inspiring things.
It's pretty amazing. The location is amazing, the venue is always amazing, the people are amazing, I'm amazing. No, I'm kidding. It's great overall, yeah.
It's cool. Like, yeah, the venue is really good. 1,500 attendees, right? Something like that. It's the biggest React conference worldwide.
Follow me. The sea of people was just amazing. Oh, I want to share my love for React. I love React, and I'm very excited to talk about it with everybody.
My goal is just to make one person here go home and create something unique.
Don't get stuck doing the same thing over and over. Learn new things, experience.
This is a friendly community, and I want to keep it that way.
The new things they're pushing out, how we can learn from each other, that's what it's all about for me.
I think the conference has been really lovely.
Is that enough? Are we done?
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something for that. Or I could just use Mux.
The conference so far has been great. The venue is insane.
When I came in, it was nice with the blue lights everywhere and stuff. Dope sound system.
I love the visual style. I love the slides, the talks, the MC is crazy.
This event has been awesome. I really love, we've got a massive variety of different talks, from testing to the new hotness in React, and the quality of the speakers has been amazing.
Really well organized. I really enjoyed it. You have a good mix of technical talks and fun talks.
The conference is great. I mean, I think it's nice to see a wide variety of people coming from multiple different parts that are not just from Berlin. It's a nice opportunity to learn more about the ecosystem, learn more about the technology, and a great chance to do networking with our colleagues.
It's really important that we have a place at least once in a year where the entire community is here.
Amazing experience which brings all of us little atoms in the React ecosystem together and allows us to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and encourage each other.
So if you want to check out a conference, I would say definitely come to this one. It's really amazing. You're going to have some real fun.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe.
Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, everybody.
Hey, morning, evening, night, everything in between.
Welcome to JSNation Live 2020, the biggest JavaScript conference in the cloud and therefore on the planet. Wherever you are, from Cairo to Tokyo, all along the Limpopo, on the shores of the Orinoco, hello to you. It's a global event. We've got a smorgasbord of food, fun, and information from across the world. Let me introduce myself. I'm one of your 4 MCs for the 2-day conference. My name is Bruce Lawson, coming to you from Birmingham in the United Kingdom. I'm a freelance web accessibility and web standards consultant, which is why I look quite as dreadful as this. Chris.
Hey, amazing peeps. My name is Chris Wanyola, and I am a talent consultant with Few and Far. This afternoon, we've cooked up something very special for everyone. Whether you like your learning slow cooked or express delivered. And now for more bad cooking related puns, I'll pass you over to my co-chef. The floor is yours.
I'm just gonna ignore that joke. Hi, my name is Floor. Welcome everyone, also from me. I'm a developer relations program manager at Microsoft with a focus on Western Europe. I come entirely from open source and startups, and I am ready to spoon feed you some knowledge. Metin, you're next.
Then I'll take it and whip it up. Hey everyone, I'm Metin Persinski. I'm a front-end development consultant at Passionate People, where this company has outsourced me currently at Albert Heijn, the biggest Dutch supermarket, where I'm responsible for some front-end React development and pretty much am a senior waiting for Jenkins developer by now. Pretty good at that. We have a lovely day for you summed up, and let's kick off the show. Yes, thanks, Metin. JavaScript continues to be one of the most loved languages in the world. And nowhere is that more evident than by the geographical diversity of our attendees this afternoon. From Bangalore to Berlin, Seattle to Singapore, you guys are such a diverse bunch, which is fantastic. Speaking of amazing, we have over 25,000 attendees live streaming this event, which is a huge testament to how engaged and collaborative the JavaScript ecosystem is. So thank you very much, peeps.
Absolutely, and this day wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. They're really the proverbial yeast to our sourdough bread today and tomorrow. And we would like to get a virtual round of applause for Mux, AWS Amplify, Focus Reactive, Fauna, Frontity, Delivery Hero, Azura, Farfetch, Formidable, SiteGroup, and Datadog, and also for our media sponsors as well. Thank you so much. And then I would like to remind you all that by participating in this event, you've agreed to adhere to the Code of Conduct. If you're not sure what the Code of Conduct is all about, or you want to reread the Code of Conduct, just go to live.jsnation.com/COC. But in essence, we want to ask you to be excellent to one another so that everybody has a wonderful experience. If you do notice something unsavory, then please let us know and use the email address on the slide. It's coc@gitnation.org.
I hear you thinking, how can I have a code of conduct when I'm just watching the stream? Well, we're also talking to each other. We're also talking to each other on Discord this time. We can't talk to each other in real life, so we're just doing it on Discord. If you have not registered yet, all the details are on the website to join this channel. And if you have questions during a talk, you can use Discord to ask questions to the speakers. And after the talks, Floor, Chris, Bruce, or me will ask the speakers your questions. So that's only available though for paid ticket holders. So if you haven't yet, you still have a chance to get a ticket to be able to participate fully in this conference and in the Discord conversation.
Yes, as Metin said, there's lots of mechanisms by which we can communicate with each other as attendees, with us as the MCs, if you want advice on buying nice jackets, for example, and you can communicate with the speakers. On the website, there is a timeline that will show you what events are happening at any one time. There's Zoom rooms, discussion rooms, panel discussions, etc. If you want to ask a question, but you don't have a ticket, you can buy one. There's still time, and there are other perks coming up that we will mention. Free ticket holders will see 3 minutes of the Q&A, and then they will get ads. This helps us pay for the event. We're glad that people are here for free, and we're glad that we can support everybody being here.
Yeah. So besides the regular talks, we also have some discussion rooms. There's discussions about all the topics you see, like Node.js, Webpack, CSS, and JS. There's also a colleague of mine in the Svelte.js room. So if you want to know more, just go to any room you want. All the details are listed on the website.
Yeah, and later today we'll be hosting the Open Source Awards, which is kind of like MasterChef, but then for open source software. And it's JSNation's way of recognizing all the hard work done by amazing people who contribute to open source every day. We'll do then a little switch of MCs, and we'll switch to Max Stoiber and Stefan Feyes. Probably I butchered their name a bit, and I'm sorry. And they will lead you through the award show.
Also, for paid ticket holders only, I'm afraid, we have advice lounges where you can book one-on-one consultations with the experts whose names and subject matter you see on the screen.
We couldn't do it without our lovely sponsors making this event. And to find out more about them, as well as some of the great products that they are building, please visit their virtual booths by clicking the tab next to the video player below. Do it now. But that's not all. Whether you're actively in the market for a new opportunity or window shopping for a new gig on the low, we have a curated jobs page at the bottom of this event website where you'll get more information to some of these amazing opportunities by companies that really care about the OS community.
Yep. And what are perks? Well, if you have a real life event, you would have some perks. There would be booths, right, from all the sponsors and partners of a conference. Well, we just do it digitally. So if you go to live.jsnation.com/perks, you will see all the perks that we have lined up for you. Now, what is it? Well, some of our sponsors and partners have given us discount codes to give out during this event. So if you're in the mood for a nice discount code, well, maybe you can go to live.jsnation.com/perks. Also, normally you would get some swag. Well, we got you covered. If you have bought a ticket, then you will get this sent to your home. Some nice stickers for your laptop or for your car or your fridge or your eyebrows. I don't know where you want to put them. And some postcards, well, basically stuff you would normally also get at a postcard. So if you are expecting this to come, well, it's being sent all over the world. Just wait a few days. It will come if you have bought a ticket. We have a pixel art bar. All day long it's opened. The link, you can find it, of course, on the website once again. And everyone can join in and draw some pixels so we can maybe make a nice book from Pac-Man or, well, draw whatever you like. Maybe you want to draw Bruce.
Tomorrow, there will be an after party. Not tonight, tomorrow, folks. We will give more information tomorrow, but there'll be a scribble bar with Max Stoiber, spatial chat for hanging out. Spatial chat's really cool. You get an avatar and you can walk around an environment, and the people you're closer to, you hear louder, etc. There's a Quake.js tournament. The pixel art bar will be open too.
Now, you've heard us talk about pay tickets, but there's also a way that everybody can join into the fun just to listen to all of the talks. And that's by going to YouTube. So we're live streaming all of the general sessions. And please share the link with your friends so that they can watch along with you. And if you're watching, then maybe you can tweet about what's cooking and use the JSNation Live hashtag. Please remember that also for all of your engagement on social, the code of conduct is very much still valid.
So we've been talking now for 11 minutes. If you're like me, you already forgot what we said in the first minute. So if you want to reread anything, what's the code of conduct? What's the schedule? Who's sucking who? How does this Q&A thing work? Then just go to live.jsnation.com and all the details, of course, are listed there. We know how to make a website. We're web developers, right? We're all web developers. Don't worry, we can make a website.
So it is a fact that JavaScript developers are the most friendly developers of them all. So instead of watching all of this great talk solo dolo, why not join one of the virtual watch parties and make new friends? To find out more, simply click the join the watch party link at the bottom of this page. And yeah, join one of the virtual watch parties and have fun. Oh, you can also, while also at the watch party, you can also do so via the spatial chat as well. And yeah, enjoy the show.
We'd love to know how you're watching. I'm in Birmingham in my elaborate 500-room chateau. Chris is in his luxury penthouse at the top of one of the tallest buildings in London. Metin, as we know, is actually at this moment snowboarding down Kilimanjaro. And Floor is actually in a space station orbiting the Earth. But where are you? Maybe you're in a hammock strung between two magnificent pine trees in the Norwegian forest. Perhaps you're bobbing on a lilo in the Gulf of Siam. Perhaps you're in your swimming pool. Perhaps you're just sitting on your couch with your loved ones, your nearest and dearest, your dog, your cat, your pet llama or armadillo. We'd love to know. So please send us a selfie, hashtag it with the hashtag, and we will be raffling one of the JSNation's multi-passes to the most exciting watching selfie that you send us. Yes, we have multi-passes. Well, I don't, but JSNation do. JSNation.org/conference multipass, 6 remote conferences and a number of exclusive perks for a unique price. Lastly, please tell us what you think. It really helps JSNation to make, it really helps JSNation understand what the web developer community are looking for so they can make the next conferences even more tailored. Feedback to individual speakers is always really welcomed. I know this as a veteran of hundreds of conferences myself. So please, live.jsnation.com/feedback. We'd be really grateful. And that concludes our opening presentation. It is time now to see the first talk.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting strong.
Hi everyone, thanks for inviting me. I'm Gleb Bakhmutov, VP of Engineering at Cypress.io, and I'm going to tell you how to visually test your React components. The title of my talk is I See What Is Going On, and through my presentation, you will see what's going on. Before we start, just a quick slide. Our planet is still in imminent danger despite COVID. So if we don't change our climate policy, we're going to go extinct. So the time to act is yesterday, really. You can change your life, but also you should join an organization because we cannot do it alone. We have to work together. Okay, so let's take a React application. In this case, it's a Sudoku. I really like this app because it looks nice, it plays nice, and it has a very good style. It even has responsive styling, so you can see how it changes from desktop to tablet to phone. This application is a React application and it's built under the hood from React components. So if we look at the application and we look at the source code, we can see individual files. And even by name, you can kind of tell that, for example, the footer is the footer component, the header is the header component, and so on. If we have React DevTools installed in our browser, we can hover over the list of components on the left and see each component and where it's represented in the DOM on the right. We can look at the source code. It's a typical React application. The index.js file has an app component that it renders. The app component imports the game component and surrounds it with a context provider where all the data is stored. The app component also imports application CSS file with all the styles. The game component is where the most of the logic is contained. It imports all other components like header and game section and status and initializes the game. And then it renders the header, the game section, status, footer, and for those children components, it actually passes different handlers as props. This is very standard React application architecture. So let's look at individual components. They take some inputs and they produce DOM, they react to user events. Let's look at what a component expects. I'm gonna talk about this numbers component. It shows numbers or digits from 1 to 9 that I can enter into the Sudoku grid. You can see the component on the right bottom corner. You can highlight a specific number because that's the number you're about to enter. The highlighted number comes from the context. So you don't have to pass it through all the components. Instead, the numbers component just grabs it from the Sudoku context and then uses it to highlight a number. But this numbers component also accepts props. And in this case, the parent component passes onClickNumber property. Whenever a user clicks a number, that property is invoked with a number that the user selects. So we really can think of our numbers component as being this unit of code where we feed different properties, different context values, and user events like clicks. And in response, the numbers component generates a different DOM and outputs property calls. This view of components as just units of code is not just this presentation. I've given this my philosophy on components being units in other talks as well that you can check out. So let's write component tests. I'm going to install Cypress, which is open source, free to use, MIT licensed test runner. And I'm also going to install Cypress React Unit Test, which is an adapter for Cypress that allows you to mount React components directly. I'm going to add Cypress React Units to the Cypress support file, and I'm going to add it to the plugins file. And this will allow Cypress to bundle specs the same way as your application is bundling its code. Because this is still an experimental feature, I'll have to set in Cypress config file experimental component testing true and tell Cypress that my component tests live in the source folder, next to the source files. So here's a number spec that will test numbers. I will import a mount function from Cypress React Unit Test, and I will import my component numbers from numbers file. And then here's where the magic happens. I'm going to mount my numbers component using mount numbers. After it's mounted, which is asynchronous command, I will take each digit, each number from 1 to 9, and I'll write a Cypress contains command, because then I can use any Cypress command to interact with my application. And it is a real full application. The numbers component is mounted and scaffolded and runs as a mini web application inside Cypress, as you can see in this screenshot. But the numbers don't look right. They don't look nothing like the component in a real application, and that's because we don't have styles. We only mounted the numbers. In our application, the app CSS is imported by the app component. Because we don't have app component, we're working with just numbers right now, we'll import app CSS ourselves from the spec files, and it will include it in the scaffolded app. So now our numbers component will render more accurately, but not perfectly yet, because as you can see, it's all spread out. It is because our component and our styles assume a certain DOM structure. So in order for us to render numbers component accurately, we have to surround it in a div with a class in a container and in a section with class status. In this case, the mount will be exactly what our CSS and the DOM structure expects. And now I can see those numbers on a screen inside my real browser the way they look in a real application. Great. What about all the props and clicks? When I'm mounting numbers from my test, I can pass a property on click number, and I can create a stub so that whenever numbers is interacted with, like right here, contains, sorry, it's right behind, I will actually get the click back. And I can see in a command log, in Cypress command log, I can see that those stubs were actually invoked on user clicked. Excellent. So the last piece of input to my component is the context provided, where the data, like selected number, is fetched from. So in this case, when I'm mounting, I'm surrounding numbers component with Sudoku context provider, and I'm setting the number selected to 4. And then I can see that my number in the DOM will actually have the class that I expected to have. So this test confirms that the component is working as expected. But now is the crux of a matter in my talk. What if I change CSS or selectors or the DOM structure or the layout parameters, right? Just a little bit. My application will still probably work because I didn't break the logic, but does it look right? You can kind of see that for numbers component, it's easier to say, yeah, it's just numbers, and if a selected number should be, blue, and it should be in a grid. But what about bigger components? They have a lot of nice, unique styles in this case. And if I interact and have different context properties, they'll look differently because the modes are set. Will changing CSS for one component suddenly affect some other component in another part of the game? And what about the entire application? It looks really, really nice on desktop. Does it still look as nice on a desktop? Does it still look good on tablet? And does it still look good on mobile? Do you manually go through your application every time you change a little bit of CSS? You probably cannot. So the trick here is to understand that you only have to do it manually as a human being once. When you work on application, when you're designing the CSS, you want to look at the application in your browser and say, yeah, this is what I want. Computers cannot do that automatically. So instead, when you're happy with your result, you want to save a screenshot of your application. Say, this is what I want my application to look like. But computers, on the other hand, are really good at another task. Instead of saying, this looks right, they are very good at saying, this looks exactly the same, pixel by pixel, like it used to look before. So we substitute a problem of does this look good or correct with does it look the same? And this is what computers can do. So in our component test, I will install one more free and open source plugin called Cypress Image Snapshot. I will add this plugin to my support file and in my plugins file. What it will do is that in this test that we had before, where we set one number as selected and confirm that that number in the DOM has the class status number selected. After that, we do one more thing. We now have this match image snapshot command that comes from this plugin. And this command, first time you run this test, will save that section of a rendered DOM into an image. It will save it in Cypress snapshot name of a test folder. You should commit this image file into your source repository right next to the source file, because this image will tell you this is how the application of this component should look from now on. Now let's do a change. Let's say someone goes into a CSS file and changes the padding from 12 pixels to 10 pixels. How will this affect all our components? Well, you run the test, and that command to match snapshot now will generate an image that looks slightly different. It will save that difference into a div output folder as an image itself. And this image has 3 columns. On the left, you see the baseline image. That's the one you looked at before and stored in your source repository. On the right, you see the current image. And in the middle, you see pixel by pixel difference, with red being very, very different pixels and yellow being pixels that are slightly different. And now you can tell what has changed visually, right, as a human being. And now you can say, yeah, this is what I wanted. Oh, no, I don't want this. And it's easy to say, oh, just compare all components pixel by pixel, and that's the end of the story. And unfortunately, it's not. You have to generate precisely the same image snapshot every time you run the test. In our game, we have a timer component. As you can see, it just counts the seconds from the start of the game. Well, how do we take a snapshot of a timer? We can probably take a snapshot of a timer at time 000, right? Our match image snapshot might be fast enough to just capture it as soon as the timer displays 000. But what if we want to wait for 10 minutes? What if we want to take a snapshot of a timer, and sometimes it takes it on this second, and sometimes it takes on a second, right? What if we catch this transition? We'll create an image with different pixels, and it will be a very flaky test. So what we have to do in this case to generate precisely the same image pixel by pixel, we have to control the data. In this case, we have to stop the clock. And Cypress includes this command in its API. It's called cyclock. So once we freeze the clock, it freezes all the intervals, all the timers, everything. Then we can mount the application, confirm that status time 00 is displayed, and then take a snapshot, and this is the image we get. Then, in addition to cyclock that freezes the clock, we can fast forward the clock by, in this case, 700 seconds. And once we fast forward, it still stays frozen. So we fast forward the clock instantly. The application updates itself because it thinks 700 seconds pass, and then we can take accurate snapshot from constant data, and it generates the same timer snapshot. But it's not everything, right? We've looked at small components. Why not take the snapshot of entire game board, right? After all, our game is a tree of components, and we already have written tests for these small components. Why not write a test for the app component? In a single snapshot, you would confirm that the entire board with all data and all components and all the UI elements looks the same. But it's not that easy, because every time you click on new game, right, it actually creates a new game by definition. So it generates a different board, and you cannot compare both boards, right? They will always have pixel difference because of different numbers. So how do we mock the board generation? Well, we have to look at our source code. In this game, in this game.js file, we can see that getUniqueSudoku is imported from another module, and then it's used to generate initial array of numbers and the solved array of numbers. So I went to DevTools, and in one iteration of the game, I just grabbed those variables and I saved exactly those variables as two JSON files in Cypress fixture folder. Then inside my test, I import that module wildcard as an object. And then in that object, I can use site stop, the same approach that I used to stop click handlers. And I said, on that ES6 module, stop get unique Sudoku method and always return the same arrays. Now freeze the clock, take the snapshot. From now on, every time I run the game, it will generate exactly the same board. I can build on that. If I have the same board, I can play a move, confirm it was done, and then take another snapshot, and now there's a snapshot of the board with a single move. Even better, Cypress has a time-traveling debugger. So when working with component tests, I can hover over each command and see what happened during the test. What did I click? How the board has changed? How does it look now? I can see everything that's going on during my React component test. Now, I talked about component tests. I showed how to set up visual snapshotting test, and I talked about how to control your data so you get the same pixel by pixel images. Now let's talk about how it works locally and on CI. So first problem, if I run Cypress in interactive mode, I see the results and I look at the screenshot that I saved, I can see that their resolution is actually twice as large as if I ran Cypress in headless mode on Mac because of pixel density. So the first trick I do when I work with snapshot locally is I actually disable them. I don't take them in interactive mode because their resolution will be twice as large as in headless mode, even on the same Mac. So instead, I skip them. I can see where I skip. And every time I want to add a new screenshot image, I just run Cypress run headlessly. If I have an updated snapshot and I really want to save a new image, I run Cypress headlessly and I set an environment variable that tells the plugin to update the snapshot and not fail on differences. Good. This is what I do locally, right? But then I push my code and my snapshot images to continuous integration server. And guess what? There is a pixel by pixel difference. Even the timer. On the left, you can see the output of a headless screenshot on Mac. On the right, you see the output of headless screenshot on Linux. In the middle, there are slight differences in font rendering, in rasterization, in aliasing. I cannot recreate the same pixel by pixel content on Mac, Windows, and Linux. So the trick here is to use exactly the same environment, exactly the same operating system with exactly the same libraries and fonts and browsers, versions, everything, locally and on CI. So what happens is that in my package JSON, instead of just saying yarn Cypress run, I set up a command that runs Cypress test using Docker. And we have a Docker image called Cypress included. So I don't have to install anything. So every time I want to update screenshots or add new ones, I actually run that command, which starts a Docker container and runs everything. When I run things on CI, I run them in a container that matches exactly that image. Cypress included is just built on top of Cypress browsers. So I know that all operating system dependencies, all fonts, everything is the same. The rendering should be the same. So on pull request, I don't fail the images. I just let them all be generated. And then I use a little script to post a GitHub status check on snapshot. In this case, there was one visual difference. And when updated, no visual snapshot diffs. So everything is good. So in summary, Cypress React unit test is great for component testing, visual snapshots with Cypress image snapshot. We talk about mocking data in the flow. And to be honest, I love Cypress image snapshot, but there is a lot of effort to get everything working. So if you can, consider a third-party paid service. Thank you very much. You can find the slides online, and you can find the example in a repository. Thank you.
Thank you, Gleb. I'm having to mop my head because my brain just exploded. What a great talk. Would you mind coming up and answering a few questions live, please?
Absolutely, Bruce. Thanks for watching, everyone.
It was amazing. Thank you. We have a few questions for you. We like to call this the 5 minutes ruthless interrogation. If I do make you cry, just tell me to stop. First question, which we have from Dennis 1975, and similar questions from other people's. In which situations would you use Cypress over another component rendering package like Storybook, for example?
So we love Storybook at Cypress. We use it ourselves, right? It allows you to mount a React component and, design it, feed it different inputs, maybe take a screenshot and compare how it looked before. And with Cypress, we always want to say, mount a component and then click on a button, like a user would, interact, see what the component does. Maybe it makes a network request. So if you want to interact with a component, you probably want to give Cypress React Unit Test a try, because your component is mounted and becomes a mini web application. That's why you would use it.
Another question, will we be able to use real WebGL with Cypress?
So that's not what Cypress controls, right? Generating a screenshot, we believe it should generate and include WebGL part, but I haven't experimented, so I cannot confirm. After you generate an image, it doesn't matter what generated the image, right? Was it a DOM? Was it a canvas? Was it WebGL? At that point, it's just pixels. And after that, you can compare them. I think the trouble with WebGL is that you don't know when the rendering has stopped, right? When to take a screenshot. So somehow when you render WebGL scene, you have to maybe set a property or expose some kind of observable attribute where Cypress knows I have to wait for that and then take a screenshot. If you can do that, then I think the image comparison should work just fine.
Thank you. A question from somebody called Metin. How pleased was your team when Microsoft announced that it was moving to the Chromium engine?
We were very happy. So the new Microsoft Edge browser is built on Chrome.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town. Trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around come to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something more down. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something more down. Or I could just use Mux. I'm thinking of a streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something more advanced. Or I could just use Mux.
Transport you back to the speaker's room because I know that there's going to be a Zoom call where paid ticket holders will be able to interrogate you further. Hopefully I haven't given you too much of a horrible time. Thank you very much for your knowledge and answering our questions.
Thank you, Bruce. Thanks, everyone.
And now it is time for me to go and maybe I'll write a poem, a love poem, a sonnet to jQuery or something like that, because I'm feeling all romantic and loved up. So I'm going to hand over to a co-MC whom you met earlier. So I'm going to pass the whisk of glory over to Floor, who will announce the next speaker. Floor.
Thank you, Bruce, for this whisk and the power to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Nader Dabbit, and he's been developing with React Native for over 2.5 years. Can you believe it? He has worked with and trained developers from Fortune 500 companies like Amazon and Visa and MasterCard and Microsoft, helping them get up to speed with React Native as quickly as possible. And whilst we have all been keeping up with the nth JavaScript framework, there has been a lot of development in the infra as code space. And fortunately, Nader has been keeping up with all of that and will share his knowledge with us in his talk, Transforming GraphQL, or Infrastructure as Code for Front-End Developers. So take it away, Nader.
Okay, well, hello everyone. Welcome to my talk. This is Transforming GraphQL, Full Stack Infrastructure as Code. And this talk is about how to build full stack cloud applications as a front-end developer. It's broken up into 4 parts. We're going to do an introduction into some of the content that I'm going to be talking about. We're going to walk through how to do data modeling using GraphQL and the GraphQL Transform library. We're going to then do a live demo of some rapid prototyping. And then I'm going to show you a live example of one of the applications that I've built using these GraphQL transforms. So my name is Nader Dabbit. I am a software engineer. I'm also an author, and I've done a lot of open source and other things. And right now I work as a developer advocate on the AWS Amplify team. The latest book that I have out is called Full Stack Serverless, and it's really closely tied to some of the stuff we're talking about today. It's available from O'Reilly, so if you're interested in some of the stuff I'm talking about, I would definitely recommend checking out that book. So the team that I work on, I mentioned before, is AWS Amplify team, and we are focused on building full stack cloud tooling and SDKs. And one of our main focuses is around new developers into the cloud ecosystem, front-end developers, and also just around improving the DX of a lot of the stuff that AWS traditionally had done a lot differently. So some of the different infrastructure that people would like to use are the same things that are running these massive companies at scale. So Netflix, Airbnb, even Amazon are using a lot of the services that our team is trying to build easier abstractions on top of. And that's at the core of some of the stuff I'm going to be talking about with the GraphQL Transform library. So when I say full stack cloud tools and SDKs, exactly what am I talking about? Well, I'd like to first start by breaking down Amplify and talking about what Amplify is. Amplify is really made up of three main parts. We have the hosting that has static site hosting with a global CDN, kind of really easy to get up and running with, Git-based deployments and CI/CD based on Git projects. We also have a CLI that allows you to, from your front-end application, create and update and modify cloud services using a category-based approach that we'll look at in just a moment. And then after you create the services via the CLI, we have a client that is, we have different clients actually for iOS, web, React Native, and we also have framework-specific components within these client libraries that allow you to interact with those services after you've created them. So what does the CLI workflow look like? It's something like this. You initialize a new project by running Amplify init. You add a new feature or you update a feature by running Amplify add or Amplify update. And when you're ready to deploy any updates, you just run Amplify push. And then after that, you can make additional updates by running Amplify update. And then after you've created these services, you import the components or the different libraries from AWS Amplify. So in this example, we have storage, and then you're able to then make calls against your storage service or your API service or whatever service you're working with. So really what we're talking about here when we talk about full stack cloud is you're using this CLI and you're getting two different types of artifacts from that. You get the cloud infrastructure, and then you get the local infrastructure as code, and also you get additional other local code for things like authentication flows and different UI components that we also include in our client libraries. But really the main part we're really talking about today is the cloud infrastructure and the infrastructure as code part. So what are some of the categories that we enable right now? Well, within each of these categories, there's typically a couple of different services. So for instance, for API, you can create a REST API, a couple of different types of those, or a GraphQL API. So we support all of these different features, but we're really going to be focusing mainly on GraphQL today. And the GraphQL transform library is part of some of the tooling that the CLI gives you. And what exactly is the GraphQL Transform Library? Let's first kind of take a look at that before we dive into some of the more, the deeper understandings of what exactly this library does. So let's talk about building a GraphQL API from scratch. What would you need to make this happen? So let's say you needed a to-do app and you needed a way to create, update, and delete to-dos. You would first start off with your GraphQL schema, and the schema might have a to-do type. You would then create, update, and delete mutations. You might also have a query for getting a to-do and listing all of the to-dos. And then you might have subscriptions that you would create for on create, on update, and on delete to-do. So you would need to create all of that schema. You would then need to have some type of database or data source that would interact with your GraphQL API. And then you would need to create the resolvers that map between the schema with the GraphQL operations and the data sources. So putting all this together is quite a bit of work. But on top of that, you have to think about stuff like authorization, authentication, security, anything that may be vulnerable as far as the GraphQL API is concerned, things like nested queries and things like that. So when you're building an API, you not only are thinking about your infrastructure, right, but you're also thinking about the maintenance and all this additional code that you're dealing with. So services like AWS AppSync, which is a managed GraphQL service, kind of make this easier. And that's essentially what powers the GraphQL Transform library under the hood. So using these directives, we can take the managed GraphQL service that is AppSync, use our local GraphQL schema with Amplify and add a bunch of different new pieces of configuration, but also different features and stuff just by using these directives. So here's some of the ones that we enable right now, and the ones we're going to be diving into on this talk are going to be @model, @auth, and @connection. And we're going to look exactly what are those doing. So when you're working with the GraphQL Transform library, how does this actually work? Well, just think of a typical GraphQL schema. You just write all of the schema definition that you would need. With the GraphQL Transform library, you would then decorate your base types with these different directives, and then you run a build, and then after you run that build, we generate infrastructure as code, and then when you run the deployment, we deploy that infrastructure for you based on those directives. So let's look in a little more depth at some of these directives. So at model is really one of the most powerful ones. And this directive scaffolds out databases, resolvers, and CRUD operations and subscriptions really for any base type. So for instance, we need an e-commerce application. All we need to do is create this base type of product. And the at model directive will generate a DynamoDB table. It'll generate create, read, update, delete operations for the product. We'll also create subscriptions for on create, on update, and on delete, and then we'll generate all of the resolvers that map between the GraphQL operations and that data source. So you run a build, and this is kind of what you get, those three things that I just mentioned. We also offer a way to put and model different authorization rules around a type. So for instance, let's say we have this type of post, and you might think of a blog or something like that. And using the @auth rule and passing in the allow owner property, we're essentially saying, okay, only the owner of this post can update or delete or even read this post. But more likely, you might have a combination of different rules. So for instance, if you think of a blog or even think of something like Instagram or Twitter, you typically have a combination of a couple of different types of authorization. Those two types are typically both a combination of public and private. So using this combination of rules here, we allow owners to create, update, and delete. And then after the operation has been successful and you've created or updated or deleted a post, then anyone can actually read the post. So we have that public access for reading, private access for updating and deleting. And then you can add additional rules there as well. So think about things around maybe admin privileges and stuff like that. And then we also have the @key directive that allows you to configure additional data access patterns across your different types. So think of an application, again, maybe something like an e-commerce app where you have an inventory type. By default, you can get an inventory piece by ID. You can list all of the inventory, but that's all we create by default. Using the @key directive, we can add additional data access patterns. We can do stuff like get by warehouse ID, get by within an inventory amount range. We can get within a price range. And by doing, to kind of set that up, all we need to do is specify the field that we'd like to query on, and then the query field, which is the GraphQL query that we're going to be creating and kind of giving to you out of the box. So what is the challenge that I would like to do for this talk? Well, I'd like to go ahead and take these GraphQL transforms and build out an API in just a couple of minutes. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to build this API in about 5 minutes. It needs to have a fully mapped out schema based on a couple of base types. I want to have the databases for every type. I want to have the resolvers. I also want to map relationships between the different types. And I want to define authorization rules. And I want to mock this locally. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and jump to my terminal. Here in our terminal, we are starting off with the basic Amplify project that has authentication enabled via Amazon Cognito user pools, which is a managed authentication service, something like Auth0. And what we're going to do now is add a GraphQL API. So to do that, I'm going to run amplify add API. This is going to walk us through all the steps. So we're going to choose GraphQL. We're going to give the API name, and we're going to choose a default auth type. For the auth type or authorization type, I'm going to choose Cognito user pool, that managed authentication service, but we're going to add an additional auth type for public access in just a moment. For advanced settings, I'll choose yes so we can add that additional auth type. And I'm going to choose API key for public access. Give it an expiration. Choose no for conflict detection. If we wanted offline support, we would choose yes. If we had a schema that we wanted to kind of start off with and we had it already created locally, we could reference that, but we don't. So instead, we're just going to choose a guided schema creation and start off with one of the boilerplates that Amplify offers. And I'm going to go ahead and paste in the schema that we're starting off with, and it's going to be kind of like an e-commerce app where we have a product type and we have reviews. And people can create a product if you're an admin, and you can leave reviews if you're just a user. So to get this actually working, we're going to use this GraphQL transform library, first of all, for the @model directive to go ahead and create CRUD operations and subscriptions and resolvers and a product table and a review table for each of these two different types. So then we'll be able to create, read, update, delete products and reviews, and we'll also be able to map subscriptions to those. We also use this @auth type to go ahead and define a few authorization rules. The first thing we're doing for the product type is we're saying that admins have full access to create, update, and delete products. But we don't want to allow anyone else to do any modifications. But we do want to allow both public and private access for reading. So that means if a user is signed in or if they're just visiting the site, they're able to read products. The next thing we have is this add connection directive on the review type. That's, on the product type for the reviews array. And what this basically does is we're basically saying we want to have a one-to-many relationship between one product and many reviews. And therefore, when we create a review, we can define which product we're reviewing. And then we're able to query reviews by product. We're also able to query both the product and its reviews in a single operation. The next thing we'll look at is the review type. And here we have similar rules, but we have actually maybe a little bit more going on here, where we're allowing admin access for everything. We're also allowing owner access because we want to say that anyone can create a review and they can also update or delete their reviews if they would like. We're having public access for reading reviews and also private access for reading reviews. We're basically saying if you're signed in or if you're not signed in, you can still read reviews. And then we can go ahead and save this and jump back to our command line because that's really all we need to do. And this is going to introspect our schema, make sure it's valid, and then if it is, it should give us a message saying it's been compiled successfully. So now we can mock this locally before we deploy it by just running amplify mock. And this is going to go back, introspect our schema again, and it's going to go ahead and mock out the product table, the review table, and it's going to generate all of those different resolvers and schema and additional stuff that we'll need. And we can also do local code generation if we were interacting with this API from a JavaScript project. So I'll go ahead and choose yes to all of those questions. And now we have a local graphical server running at localhost. So the graphical server is now up and running, and we can now start making operations. So I want to go ahead and update auth to be myself. So I'm going to sign in as Dabbit3, generate a token. And what we like to do is create a mutation for creating a product. And the product is going to have a description and a name. We're going to go ahead and create this. And boom, we're getting that unauthorized because we are not signed in as an admin. So our authorization rules are working so far. Let's go ahead and mock ourselves as an admin and test this out. Now that we're an admin, we should be able to create this operation. So the create product is successful. Next, let's go ahead and create a comment or a review. So for the create review, we'll go ahead and say we want to have a comment, a rating, and we're going to need to specify the ID of the product. So we'll leave that product ID there. The comment is awesome shoes. And let's go ahead and update our auth and say that we are now a different user. And it looks like I have some stuff going on here. Looks like I don't. And there you see that we as a signed-in user are able to query products and reviews. We also want to test this out as a public user. So we're going to now be signed in or signed out, and we're just kind of mocking a public access. We see that that still works. So we've created this basic application with authorization rules, everything deployed in just a few minutes locally, and we can go back, and if we'd like to deploy this to our backend services, we could run amplify push. So that's kind of it on that part. So let's go back to my slides. And I have a couple of examples, but I'm only going to show one now. This is a voting app that I built, and this is a very, very scalable voting app, and it's called thisorthat.dev. I've actually tested this out with a few million operations over the course of a minute, and everything scaled and worked perfectly. I would say, I wouldn't recommend doing that because it will cost you around 25 cents or something like that per million operations. So, think about that, but just testing it out, it will scale, it will get to that point. I'm just going to show you the schema that I worked with. So I have a poll type and I have a candidate type. I have a few authorization rules and I have a few at key directives that allow additional data access patterns. But essentially you create a poll, then you create a candidate for that poll, and then you allow voting on that poll. So to test this out, I'm going to go ahead and open my browser and go to thisorthat.cloud. And this is actually running live, and you can test it out. And what I like to do is create a new poll, and I want everyone here at this talk to test this thing out. So I'm going to say, this is going to be called Tejas or Natter. And I'm going to say, you know, Tejas or Natter. And this is going to be like maybe who had the better talk or something like that at this event, right? Because Tejas is my friend. This is more of like a friendly thing. What I'd like you to do is go to thisorthat.cloud/Tejas and Natter and vote. And what you should see is if we are opening a couple of tabs at once, you should be able to kind of see the real-time updates that are happening here. So if I go ahead and vote Tejas a couple of times, I come back here and vote Natter, you see that it comes through in real time. And then if you'd like to share this, you can kind of copy that to your clipboard and share it and be on your way. So yeah, this will be fun. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing the votes on this when people start jumping in. And that's about it for this talk. So thank you for checking out my talk. You can find me on Twitter at Davitt3. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them at the Q&A here. Or afterwards, if you have any questions a week from now, a month from now, reach out to me on Twitter. I'd be glad to help. And that's it. So thank you so much for coming to my talk.
Wow, Nader, that was such a good talk. Thank you so much for enlightening all of us. We have some questions that came in, so let's switch to the questions, shall we? Because I'm really curious. Yes, let's do it. Can you join me on stage?
Yes.
Great. I'll start reading the first question for you. From Iraldir is the combination of hard to predict prices versus, say, a monthly fee for normal hosting, plus the vendor lock-in issue is something that's keeping me away from it. How can I make sure that in 6 months from now, I'm not paying multiple dollars a month, or I'll have to take my app down?
Yeah, that's a really popular question. It's a really good question, really. Right. I think it's kind of one of those things that you have to take into consideration all of the trade-offs, the whole, scope of the project when it comes to how much time you're spending building some of these features, the maintenance costs, and the actual pricing. So let's say that you are taking advantage of a managed service, not just from AWS, but really from any cloud provider or any managed service provider. Even you could think of things like Auth0 or Cloudinary, AWS, GCP. We all have our own versions of these things. Let's say you wanted to kind of roll your own authentication from scratch as opposed to maybe using AWS authentication service or some authentication service. How much time are you going to spend building that from scratch? How much experience do you have in that domain? All of these things kind of come into play. And when you start thinking of the total cost of ownership, building all this, making sure it's secure, making sure that when your application scales, it continues to be secure. The hours that you might spend doing that, or even hiring other people to come build those things for you, that's the real trade-off there. So you're going to pay extra typically for some type of managed service or even a cloud service. But what you're getting in return is kind of someone else taking ownership of all of that code, taking ownership of the security concerns. And at the end of the day, a lot of times it just makes more sense to use one of these cloud services. But other times it does make more sense to build it yourself. So I wouldn't always say to go with the cloud service. I would say, look at your domain expertise, look at your team, look at the total cost of ownership, then make that decision.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Thank you so much. Another question was if Amplify is strictly for AWS.
Yes, Amplify is strictly for AWS. It's an open source project, so theoretically you can use it for other things as well. And some of the front end code, some of the React and JavaScript and client side stuff can actually be used agnostic from any cloud provider. So there's a few features that are in there, but overwhelmingly the framework is built to support AWS.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to remind everyone that Discord is still open. I'm still checking. So if you have any questions for Nader, just let me know or let everybody of us know, actually. I have some questions on my own. So I would love to know what your opinion is on the future of
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Yes, and also at the same time, I think we have some stuff going on in the discussion rooms, namely the testing, talk about testing with Gleb, and about CSS and GS with Max Stoiber. So those are things that you can do and check out and get involved in. And then we'll have a little break, and then it's over to my co-chef Metin to introduce the panel to you. See you after break.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Or I could just use Mux.
Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating.
Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, I was just getting a drink. Sorry, guys. Girls. Oh, damn it. Okay. It's panel discussion time. After the poll. So it's time for some little interaction. Following the chat is a little bit hard for us since we're also introducing people and have to prepare for that. But now it's time for interaction. I would like you all to get out your phones or open a browser or open your browser on your console or whatever. Go to menti.com. Then you can enter a code, which is 403887, and you can answer the poll. The question is, if AI will take over front-end development or development in general, which, let's be honest, it will, and we all have to look into different ventures. Who of the four of us, so me, Bruce, Floor, Chris, will be the most successful belly dancer? I have been asked to give a demonstration of my belly dancing skills. Ooh, Floor, first vote is in. 1-1. No one's voting for me and Bruce. Come on, guys. Oh, this hurts. I get 0 votes. Oh, I think I'm just gonna cry now. I know Bruce is looking fabulous with his jacket, so that really would help him in his belly dancing career. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, my mom will be so proud. Oh, 3, 4, 6. Oh, that's amazing. I'm winning. I was about to get up and start dancing to convince you guys, but let's not. Let's see. Bruce and me are in the race now. Oh, I don't want to kind of say who will win, but I really would be the best. Come on, give me your votes. Give me your votes. 25-25 with Bruce and me. Oh, come on. Give me your votes. Floor, you're winning. You're absolutely slaughtering us. Oh, you're bringing us mad to the floor. I don't know. I think we'll keep doing this poll until I win. That's like the time limit we have. So just give me your votes, people. I'm an awesome belly dancer. Give me your votes. Damn it, I don't think I'll ever take over those two guys. All right, you can keep voting and we'll look at the end of the panel discussion who has won the final vote. And maybe the person will give a demo, I don't know. I definitely won't, but hey, we'll see if the other MCs are up to it. For the panel discussion, I would like to invite my panelists, which is Tobias Koppers, Orta Tarot, John Papa, and Matteo Pollina to the stage. Hey everyone, thanks for joining. I know some of you are from the US, so it might be good morning for you. Thanks for setting your alarm clock for me. Yeah, we're going to talk about the future of ecosystems. But first, for the people that don't know you, Tobias, can you start introducing yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tobias Koppers, and I'm from Germany, and so it's evening at my time zone, and I work for the Webpack core team, and yeah, that's my day job, like open source.
Thank you. What about you, Orta?
I work on the TypeScript compiler for my day-to-day. My camera's just finally given up. It's back. I work on the TypeScript compiler and mainly redoing all the documentation and website at the moment. So you'll see a lot of that coming up with the next major release.
Cool. So TypeScript, then the most linked to you is probably John. John, who are you?
Good question. I've been trying to figure that out for a long time.
Okay,
I run a pizza place. No, kidding. So I work for Microsoft. I'm in developer relations, cloud advocacy team, and I work in pretty much anything JavaScript related, React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, you name it, trying to get code up onto the web.
Nice. Okay, and then last, but of course not least, Matteo.
Hi, folks. I'm Matteo. Hey, I am technical director at Nearform. Probably I'm here maybe because I'm part of the Node.js technical steering committee. That's probably the likely reason. I'm also the author of the Pino login library. If you're using a login library, you should use Pino. Yeah, here we go. On Node.js servers, and of the Fastify web framework. I typically care a lot about Node.js performance and things. So I also probably have broke you a few times on my work on Node.js. So I'm sorry.
Well, mistakes are human, right? You're not a machine. You're just making machines. So at least I'll forgive you. But then again, I don't do.
Well, I don't know. Like I gathered 100 angry comments in 30 minutes once I broke a very famous library. So just so that you're aware.
Well, it can be worse. It can be worse. So I don't care. We'll forgive you. So back on topic. I wanted to ask you to give your opinions about the following questions. Are you satisfied with where we're heading? Or do you think we took a wrong turn at some point with the ecosystem? And to kick it off, Orta, would you mind answering?
Sure. So I come from the native ecosystem, actually. I was a native developer for about 15 years before coming over to JavaScript about 2 or 3 years ago. And now I'm on a compiler team making a compiler in JavaScript, which is an interesting problem domain anyway. I think ecosystems tend to sort of have these sort of events that cause people to jump from making things complex to making things simple. We've seen that happen in the JavaScript ecosystem a few times. Like bundlers used to be super hard to complex, and configuration was a real tricky problem. And then we saw people starting to build smaller, simple ones. We're starting to go through that again with like ES module support being this kind of threshold where now you can build these tools that are so much simpler than they used to be because they can have different assumptions about the underlying code. So did the ecosystem take a wrong direction at some point? Yeah, it had to, but it course corrected and it will continue to do so in the future, I expect.
Yeah, I think it's weird that well, we've seen Webpack, and Tobias, I would like you to comment on this. You mentioned ES modules. Well, we're all using it for like 5 years. I think we can use it thanks to the lovely work from people at Webpack and other compilers, of course. But now, yeah, it feels like in a year or so, if you don't support older IE browsers, you don't need it anymore. And we're going to switch all over again how we're going to work. So Tobias, how do you as a Webpack maintainer feel about that?
Yes, yeah, I'm obviously a bit opinionated. Yeah, it's like 8 years, Webpack is 8 years old, and I don't think we're heading to a take a wrong road at the time. The ecosystem was not there at the time Webpack was created, and it was everything was legacy and old and mixed, and there are multiple module systems. So in kind of the direction Webpack took, or the ecosystem took, directed the spec people or the specking work on the ecosystem or on the web as whole into the direction of ECMAScript modules, or at all more specification and more towards a single goal, a single common sense of how we do things. And I think we influenced it a lot, and maybe we are able to remove this old legacy stuff in the future, but currently I don't think we are there yet where we can get rid of all this legacy stuff and all this old modules. You could just take a look at the npm registry and take one single random package, and it will be very likely that it will be written in a CommonJS or AMD or a very weird module style or something like that. I don't think we are there yet that everything is ECMAScript modules and very high level JavaScript modern stuff. And we are still in an area where legacy is our main focus, our main things we consume, and the modern stuff is yet to come, and it will come. But I don't think we can do a switch there yet at the current state of the ecosystem.
Yeah, but it's hard because, well, like I mentioned, we have older Internet Explorer browsers to support. Well, most companies still do. And, well, maybe in 10 years we don't have to support that, but who knows how the ecosystem with compilers like Webpack will change the landscape in 10 years, and maybe it will be entirely different again. But yeah, since we're talking Microsoft, John, do you mind to chime in?
Sure. I think framing the conversation as ecosystem is kind of wide, right? If we're talking specifically about the world of JavaScript, which is huge, I don't think we've taken any wrong turns, frankly. I think everything's part of the journey. We learn by making mistakes, and sometimes the best thing we can do is try technologies that maybe are going to have value later, maybe won't. If we all remember, there was a time when things like System.js and Webpack were kind of like, which one of these is going to be the thing that we're going to use later on? And now Webpack's more predominant. There was a good year and a half when TypeScript came out, but it was out, but nobody was using it. And then all of a sudden Angular decided to adopt it, and that seemed to be a catalyst to really, shoot it through the roof with everybody else. So to me, it's more about the journey, and to keep an open mind on a lot of the things that we have out there with tools to figure out where we should head. And one thing I'd like to add to this is that we have to be more tolerant as well with the ecosystem. There's a lot of people trying things, and there's nothing wrong with a new tool, a new framework, a new idea that's out there. But at the same time, I'd like to see our community focus a little bit more on usability and maintainability, and a little bit less on let's get that extra 1/10 of a nanosecond out of this performance. I sometimes feel like we get hung up on this. Man, I got it down to like a millionth of a nanosecond. That's so awesome. Great. But what's the real value here? Now I just added 10,000 lines of code with 17 nested tertiary operators. And we have to think about the people behind us, the developers who are coming into the industry and who want to develop in the future. So to me, that's the thing I'd like people to take out of this. Think about the people coming down the road in the ecosystem.
Yeah, it's to write a unit test for that though.
All right.
I think that I think his point is completely correct. So go for it.
Yeah. So we haven't heard from Matteo. Matteo, you can chime in.
Yeah. So it's the road to ES modules has been really, really hard. And it took me a while. Thank you for being me last, because it took me a little bit to gather my thoughts in a less controversial way. I will have some more controversial words to say about the whole thing. The only things, I both agree with John and what everybody else has said, but there was no wrong turns. The only thing that I regret, and this is that the ESM, the ECMAScript module specification, have both as a syntax part and a behavior part. And for a long time, we talked about only the syntax part of the spec. And you write JavaScript as it was the new syntax, but with the old CommonJS behavior. And you call that, a lot of people call that using ESM. And the two things are, however, writing an ESM has a radically different behavior than writing a CommonJS. And the two things are, to some extent, not really compatible with each other on certain use cases. And I would have preferred to have a little bit more clarity with people when this thing came out. Essentially, it's, you see still, a lot of articles, a lot of blog posts that talks about this ESM thing. And then they refer to the Webpack implementation of it, which uses some similar, that enables a lot of CommonJS to magically just work, which it's great. And it provides a fantastic developer experience. So nothing to say here. But it's not spec compliant by the letter, which is to some extent my only, which made our life as Node.js extremely painful when we wanted to implement it, because we couldn't do certain things that bundlers can do on the runtime, because essentially Node is not a bundler. So
yeah, I can talk a lot of this. All this interop thing are really weird, and actually we inherited the Babel implementation of ECMAScript modules, so we have to kind of be compatible to this one, and so it was unable to make it really spec compliant, and also for some reason about bundle size, it's not really that much a good thing to be such as spec compatible as we would like to be. But I think we are moving towards being more spec compliant and trying to get rid of the interop, the Babel, the old spec kind of ECMAScript or CommonJS interop thing stuff. And yeah, I think we are now with Webpack 4 and Webpack 5, we're adding a strict mode for ECMAScript modules, which is enabled if you use m.mjs or add a type module into your package JSON. So we're trying to make it more spec compliant, especially about if you import a star import from some CommonJS module or something. It's really weird behavior, and it's also kind of really inconsistent in Webpack, so I'm kind of unhappy with that too. So
it's like the current situation. There's a lot of flux in the ecosystem because of this, and essentially looking at a piece of code, you don't know how that would be used or what will happen when this thing loads. To some extent, is a little bit. I can see when people will look at code, looking at written this year, and they say, well, things could have been better. It's a period of big changes and big tectonic shift on the community in there. And it's but I can't wait for top level await. So I'm sorry about this. I'm just hijacking the conversation. But
yeah, top level await is great. It caused a lot of anger also on the Webpack side, because kind of I was against top level await at first, but for WebAssembly modules, we needed top level way to implement the correct specification for WebAssembly, and so it's kind of left over for the WebAssembly implementation spec stuff. It's the top level weight is also available. Yeah, but I think I still think it's kind of weird that you can put some top level weight somewhere deep in your model graph, and it changes the behavior of all the synchronous behavior of all the graph of all parents. And yeah, I still think it should be an opt-in syntax for import await or so, but I don't think I come through with it.
I've used it a few times in Deno. It makes it feels very futuristic.
Yeah. It is. But it only works with TypeScript because it's not in it's only transpiled. Like it doesn't exist in V8 behind. It's only behind the flag in V8, I think.
It's available in the developer inspector too, but that's basically it.
So it's.
So we have a few minutes left. I would like to leave everyone with one question. So if you think the ecosystem has one flaw right now, what's the biggest thing you would take out?
I'll take backwards compatibility out. Thank you. TypeScript has about 100 configuration flags. And every now and again, I think, it would be healthy if a lot of people just said, okay, we're doing a major version of this tool and we're not going to support so much of the old stuff. And, as I said, ES modules is a really good time when that becomes like production ready, that a lot of new code can be wrote that doesn't have to have so much baggage associated with it. I mean, TypeScript's never going to get rid of those options, but.
Okay. How about you, John?
I wouldn't take anything technology-wise out. Again, to me, it's more about just making sure we all keep an open mind to what we're doing things. It frustrates me, and I think a lot of people, when we hear the intolerance on the internet. I'd even add in there, though, that we need to be more tolerant and welcoming to new people to technology as well.
Yeah, sometimes people think one way of working or a framework is superior to another, and we're all just trying to do our job and make a great website, right? All right, that's all the time we have. Sorry, Tobias and Matteo, for this final talk. We don't have a chance, but you are available to talk to on Discord, right? So if people want to know, they can talk to all of you on Discord, and all of you still have a talk coming up, right? So thanks a lot for joining this panel discussion. We're gonna go to our next talk, which, we have the results coming in. Oh, floor 1, and I can't read this number. 186 people voted, and floor 1 with 63, 59. Sorry, it's a bit blurry. My contacts are. Wow, floor. So, if floor wants to, she can give a demonstration, but I wouldn't count on it. I also wouldn't do it. But at least you know, floor, that you have a nice option to go when AI takes over into belly dancing. We're gonna go to our next speaker, which is Matteo Collina, which, well, I just talked to a minute ago. So, hey, Matteo. So we're gonna go into his talk, which is about Fastify. It's, for me, it's a new thing, but it's supposed to be really cool. It's gonna make your site, well, the name says it all, faster. So be sure to check it out after this talk and use this awesome platform, Fastify. Let's go to the talk.
Hi everyone, I am Matteo Collina, and I'm here today to talk to you about Fastify. Please take a moment to follow me on Twitter at Matteo Collina. I tweet about, Node.js development and a bunch of other things. So yeah, maybe you can find it interesting. Anyway, we are here to talk about Fastify. This is, we are all remote. It's all distributed around the globe. So this talk, I'm going to try something that I normally don't try on stage. So maybe let's see how it goes. So first of all, Fastify is a web framework that myself and Thomas de la Vedova started back in 2016, and now it's coming up to be the major version 3, and which is going to be released soonish. Anyway, how do you install it? npm install Fastify, and you can, it's actually very easy to use. However, we are not going to talk a lot about it, but we are going to actually use it to actually build a very, very simple app. So first of all, we can just start by, having our own server, and we can import Fastify. Oh, by the way, folks, I am going to use a Node 14. Why? Because I want to use the new ESM features of Node Core. So, so that's what we are going to use. So we can do import Fastify from Fastify. Then I can create my app. And then I can do app.listen on port 3000. Whoa, okay. So maybe this server, and VM use 14, hey. So this server I started, and then I can curl it, and then, root not found. Yeah, we didn't add any. So that makes total sense. However, we also, if you look at it, it also didn't log anything. So maybe we just want to add a little bit of a logger here. So, which is probably useful. So we can do logger true, and we can start it back. Oh, now it says server listening. It logs in new line delimited JSON. It uses another library called Pino to log. Still, we are getting some output out of it. However, if we are in development, what you can actually do is do pretty print true only in development. And if we do this, we will get a little bit more nicer output out of it. Note that it just logs twice for each request, logs when a request comes in and when a request comes out. Pretty nice and handy. Okay, so that's that's the basic of our app. We have started Fastify. So what we are up to it now is what we want to do is we can actually split it up because, we can just code on one single server. So what we are going to do is we are going just to call another file called app.js. So what we do, we do as per default, and then we create what we call a Fastify plugin. And my app. So app, and we can add our routes here. For example, get / and then async, and then return hello world. Hey, I'm a single quote person. So anyway, so that's it. We are in here. So if I restart this and then I curl, still don't. I need to actually load this. So what I can do app register. I can use import because we're doing ESM, right? So app.js. And then here we go. Okay, now it's working. Again, we have moved this to one as other file, but this is still a little bit bespoke and a little bit more complicated. So one of the things that we can do is we can actually use a module called we can, instead of putting our routes in our file, in our single file, we can actually do something a little bit better. So first of all, I'm going to comment this app because we're going to use it later. And I'm going to register one module, which is actually very handy, which is called Fastify Autoload. And I need to tell it what file, what we want to load, in fact. So I'm going to get an utility that I have prepared, which is called DSM, and it will actually give me a join method, which I can just pass in the URL of this current file, which starts from file : / whatever, and then I can concatenate it to routes. Note that if I want to do something different, it will be a long list, so I don't want to really do that. So I'm going to create a routes folder, and then in the routes folder, I'm going to create a hello.js file. In my hello.js file, I'm going to copy this block here. Again, I still need my plugin here. So here we go. And then we can do this. Whoa. And then I can close it up. Whoa. Here we go. So essentially what we are doing here, we are registering Fastify Autoload, which is and pointed to a directory, our routes, and then all of those routes will be loaded. So let's see if all this still all work. It will crash. Of course it crashes. Must be a function or a promise. So what did I did wrong? Because that's typically very common that I do something wrong in here. So I have my export default here and routes. Where it is. So this file is here. Server import app.js, my app. I am importing my file. Here we go. And it is plugin. Oh, let's try this. Yeah, okay. You wanted a function name. Okay, so here we go. We have started this and now it's still all working fine. Okay, so what we can do now is we can, create a little bit more stuff. So for example, you can create abc-d.js, for example. So in this file here, you see we have created a little bit of a directory structure and then hello from D. Now, if we go here and restart, you can actually see A, B, C, D, A, B, C, and then that's D. That's D.js. So as you can see, with using Fastify Autoload, we can actually, by using Fastify Autoload, we can open up this file and down to and load it up from the ABCD from the ABC folder. Okay, so let's move one step forward. Now, what if I want to write a unit test, for example? Let's create a new test.js file. Now, I'm going to use a very simple utility that. Here we go. A very simple utility that it's actually very, very handy, which is it's called Tape. I am a fan of very easy test tools, so I don't know. Hopefully you are like that too, but if you don't, you can use whatever you want. So I need Tape, I need Fastify, and then I will need my app. So note that I'm actually not creating the server, but I'm actually loading my apps in a separate way. So what I can do is, for example, load the hello world. Well, I can test hello world. So I want to test my hello world function. So I'm using an async function here. And then I'm using deep equal. Here we go. And then we can create a server, which is my Fastify server. And then we can do register. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to pass app in here, which is our Fastify plugin. So I'm going to put that plugin in. Then what we can do now is we can call our server using our internal testing utility. So we can do await server.inject and slash, which is our route. And then we can do deep equal res JSON and then specify the fact that we want hello world. Here we go. So, and then what we need to do, we need to remember to close our server. So we are doing this. Now we can run no test and, oh, where did I put this? Test. Oh, yeah. So if you're using ESM, you need to pass an extension, right? Remember that. Okay. So you see our test is passing. Test should be deeply equivalent. So it's actually working fine. Now we can actually also add one more thing here and about ABCD as we wanted. Test ABC. So what we can do, A, B, C, and then hello from D. And these should work the same. Okay, so we have added a little bit of things. So now we want to create some block of routes that are protected. So what I'm doing, I'm create a folder called protected and an index.js in here. And in this index.js, what we are going to do is export default async function admin, maybe whatever, and then app, which is our Fastify app. What we are going to do now is in here we want to add some folders, some endpoints. So, but before that, we need to configure our authentication system. In here, what we want to add another import called JWT, for example, from Fastify JWT. Whoa, JWT. So now what we're going to do, we are going to register this plugin and pass in a secret. And I'm calling it change me. Hey, this needs to be changed. Now we are adding this bit. We're going to need to add a couple of other things which are pretty handy. The first one is a decorator, because we want to add an authenticator helper. So we call decorate and we call this authenticate, because this is how we're going to authenticate our system. So this is going to be another async function that is rec and reply. These are Fastify objects. And then what we're going to do, we're going to have a nice try catch block and do await rec.jwt verify, which is going to verify our JWT token. And in case of an error, I just want to reply.send that specific error. Okay, so that's actually very simple. This is our, now we can change the error if we want to in here. It's fine. So we have added this. Now, how are we going to log in? Well, in order to log in, I'm going to create a user called login.js here. Again, export default async function login app ops hey, then app.post, because this is a post. And then I'm going to say call login, and we're going to need a little bit of stuff in here. So I am leaving this a placeholder. So we're going to do rec reply. Then we need to authenticate our app. So, oh, sorry. Yay. So we get to authenticate our app. So what we're going to do in here is I'm going to get a username and password from our body. Then I am going to do, here we go. If the username is Matteo and the password is not Olena, we are going to poor man authentication system, never do this in real life. So we need to throw new error. We need to throw an error. So I'm going to do unauthorized error. Now we need this errors module. This is import errors from HTTP errors. So pretty handy. And then in case we just need to get our token, so with JWT, you get a JWT token, and you do app.jwt.sign, and we put the username in, and then return the token. Okay, so this is our system. Now, we need one little bit more because we need to validate a little bit more our input. So input as from Fluent schema. Here we go. So what we're going to do in here now is we're going to open up the schema and do body as dot object, and then dot prop, and you pass in the username, then this is a string, and this is required, and then the same goes to password. Okay, so we do a little bit, tad bit of data validation beforehand. So I also demoed this to you. Now, what we need to do now is we need to have in our protected route, what I want to have, well, in our index here, I want to make sure that all routes defined in this file and the file that this one imports and loads are automatically authenticated. So what I can do add hook and I'll call on request. So I'm adding it to the on request lifecycle hook. This is called every single time a request comes in independently on the function. And we are going to pass in app authenticate, which is the method that we have just added. Now I can do, for example, app.get as something, and well, app.slash, and just say async rec reply, and just say return this is authenticated, and then do, here we go. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to test if all of this is working, which is, demo gods. Hey, demo gods are not with me as usual. Add is not, oh, where did I put add? Add, nice. Here we go. So demo gods are not with me. So if I do protected now, it says unauthorized error. Okay. So in order to log in, here we go. Hey, I'm cheating. So I'm sending in a post request with a JSON as a body and my username and password. Now the answer to this is a long bit of token. Okay, so what we are going to do is take this token, which is actually pretty handy, and then pass it in as an authentication to the authentication. So what we're going to do, we're going to say header, which is authorization. It's authorization for authorization. So we are going to just change this up. So I don't mess it up. I messed up enough during this talk, essentially. Here we go, and then protected. Hopefully all of these would work. This is authenticated. Okay, so now this is actually pretty interesting because what we can do is we can also add a test for this code. So in order to add a test for this route, what we can do is protected. So here we go. So what we can do, we can actually do something very similar to what we were doing before. And await and call protected. Now, we need to call it as a login first. So we call login, but we need to call it as a post. So we got this URL, and then the method needs to be post. Here we go. And that's it. And we need to specify a body, and we need to say that username, it's Matteo, and password is Lina. Here we go, which is pretty handy. And then what I want is, I want to do this. I want to call this token because, that's our JWT token. Then I close this, call JSON. So I got my token. Now I can actually call, here we go. Yep. And I am going to go in here and so URL, here we go. Protected. And then I need to specify another. Note that it's actually pretty important to, bearer, and then we specify our token. Here we go. And then it's now let's see if all this work. Oh, this is authenticate. Just a second. Oh, authorization. Sorry. Authorization. Here we go. So this is actually working. Format is authorization bearer token. Bearer token. Interesting. Okay, so just a second, folks. And this is not working as it should be. Bearer token. So here we go. Sorry, I need to understand why this is not working. And this is the problem. Here we go. Okay, so now this is, here we go, REST body. Here we are. Yes, this is authenticated. So what we're going to do is call deep equal. This is authenticated. Here we go. Okay, so I just wanted to finish this long demo, saying that our Fastify server is Fastify can be used to build applications really quickly, using a combination of several utilities, such as, for example, Fastify JWT, the decorators, and the lifecycle methods of Fastify. Note that I'm currently using a few, all of this is using like bleeding edge stuff. So the new Fastify v3 releases, Node v4, Node v14, and the new native ESM support. So this is not transpile, it's just running native ESM, and it's actually look pretty fresh to be seen. So I just wanted to point out that this is a URL where this application is going to, this code is going to live. So if you can check it out and play with it if you want to. The website for Fastify is www.fastify.io, so you can look it up on NPM and also on Google. If you have any questions about Node.js, please reach out to me at Matteo Colina on Twitter or matteo.colina@mearfrom.com. And thank you all.
Amazing demo, Matteo. Amazing, amazing. Could you join me on stage for some Q&A, please?
Everyone.
Hey, Matteo, how's it going?
Really good, really good. It has been a blast.
That was an amazing demonstration on the speed of Fastify, you know.
Well, you know.
Our attendees seem to agree because we have a number of questions flooding in, but obviously being a demonstration, I wanted us to kind of fall back and focus on what inspired you at the very beginning, you and Thomas Della Vedova back in 2016 to say, you know what, let's build this thing called Fastify. How did that come about?
Yeah. That's actually one of the great starting points. So at the beginning, I thought, well, I think there is space for a new
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
My while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Sharing his knowledge and Fastify, like as I did mention, Peeps, he is not going anywhere. It's just more. He will be in his Zoom room to answer all the questions that have been asked. So, and they are quite a number. As you're talking about pizza, they kept the list just kept on growing in terms of more technical stuff. So he will be around to answer those as well. And please do keep those questions coming. Matteo, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. I feel I have learned so much more about server-side JavaScript development, JavaScript ecosystem, and pizza. And I'm sure we will be speaking again. Sure.
Bye-bye.
Cool. And yeah, thanks for all the questions that have been coming in, as well as for Matteo for answering them. And now to kind of, before we move on to the next speaker, I wanted to obviously give a shout out to some of our amazing sponsors, whom without we couldn't actually have this event. The first of which is Focus Reactive. They are a London and remote-based consultancy offering expert-level JavaScript, React, and Node software development services and coaching. We all need a little bit of help sometimes, and Focus Reactive is there to do so. And then I wanted to give a shout out to Delivery Hero, the #1 global player in online food delivery. We're just discussing food a few minutes ago. I know once it's all said and done, I'm going to be ordering my pizza, non-pineapple based pizza right after this. So I'd encourage you guys to check them out as well. And then, it's still, watching this conference is is pretty good, but don't do it just by yourself. Join many other developers who, and have these open discussions, learn from each other, and make some new friends. To do this, everybody is going to be on the spatial chat where you can log in and, make some new friends. So please see you there. And next, we are going to take a break before inviting the next speaker, co-share. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'm ready. You don't see me? Yes. So we're not going to take a break. Fooled ya. We're actually going to go to the next speaker, which is Tobias Koppers, whom I just had a nice conversation with about the future of the ecosystem. And yeah, like you said, he's working for the Webpack team, at the Webpack team, and he's going to talk about the Module Federation. For me personally, I'm really excited about this, to see micro frontends and Webpack. Yeah, I can't even explain. It's really complicated stuff, but if anyone can talk about this, it's going to be Tobias. So let's go.
Thanks for the introduction. Hello, my name is Tobias Koppers and I work for the Webpack core team. And I'm going to talk about Module Federation in Webpack 5. So my talk is about Module Federation in Webpack 5, and I want to tell you about the motivation for this feature, how it works, and how to use it. So the motivation is you have a large to mid-scale application and you work with multiple teams on multiple application parts. So you have separated your application or applications into multiple parts, like micro frontends, but also logical parts. And these parts should be developed independently by different teams. And another requirement is that you have multiple parts sharing common libraries or sharing other parts. Here's an example. You could have a header component and a sidebar component as micro frontend or pages, but you could also have a style guide components library, which is shared by all the applications, but also different things than front ends like data fetching logic, business logic, or other logical components. So let's look at the existing options with Webpack. You could just go with native ECMAScript modules. This way you don't have any build process for linking the parts together. You could just consume natively all your modules in your applications, and it would use native browser import statements to link them together. But there are some challenges with this approach. You basically opt out of all optimizations Webpack would do for you, like unused exports, concatenation of modules, or other optimizations. And there are also some challenges about web performance, like you would have each module separately, so it's causes a high count of requests at runtime. Each request has an overhead, and you get less effective compression with more requests with smaller files, because larger files usually compress better than smaller files. And you have also this drawback about only being able to use ECMAScript modules, and you can't use CommonJS modules, you can't use CSS modules, asserts, or other loader process things like other languages or so in Webpack. There's this option about just doing a single build of all your applications and all parts together. This way, every module of every other part or application is accessible during the build process, so you can just use them via import statements. But there's also a few challenges with that approach. Each update requires a full build of all applications in all parts, so it has a high build time, and this means high deploy delay from update to deploying the new version of the application. And you also have this problem that you can't separately build each application, so your applications don't stay separate from each other, because if you want to share common parts or common modules or common libraries at runtime, you have to build them together. So it's like a challenge you have to come up with. But there's a plugin in Webpack which allows you to separate a part of your build process into a separate build which can be built independently. In this scenario, we would build each part as DLL with a so-called DLL plugin, and these DLL can be consumed at runtime by the consumer consuming build. But you also have a compile time dependency of the DLL generated manifest at compile time. So that's also one challenge. You have to rebuild your application or parts when a part has changed. All consumers have to be rebuilt. And this creates an additional deploy delay. It's not so high compared to the single build approach, but it's still an additional deploy delay you don't want to have. And there's also a big challenge about sharing libraries or sharing common modules. Basically, if multiple parts share a library, you have to pull out or extract this shared library into a separate DLL and separate build process manually, and then consume the DLL generated by the separate process by all parts sharing this library. So it's a lot of manual work involved to be able to share libraries between parts. An alternative to this is externals and building libraries. So each part, in this scenario, each part would be built as library and then consumed by the consuming parts or applications as externals. This eliminates this compile time dependency between the parts and consuming parts, and other modules could be just consumed from the library at runtime. But still, the challenge about sharing libraries stays true for this scenario. Each shared library has to be extracted into a separate build process, separate library, and then be external in each of these consuming parts or consuming applications. So, to summarize this, native ECMAScript modules are problematic because of about web performance. A single build process is problematic about build performance, and the DLL and externals approach would work, but they require a lot of manual work to extract shared libraries or so on. So in the end, we need a scalable solution, or at least a trade-off, which has good build performance, good web performance, but also a good solution for shared dependencies. That's why we enter module federation. In module federation, you would build each part separately, and here we would build a so-called container, and each part would be published as or deployed as container, and any application or other containers could consume modules from this container. In this relationship, the consumer is the host, and the container would be the remote. And if the host consumes exposed modules from the container, then they would be called remote modules. And so we got back again to the separate. Each part is built separately, independently, and deployed independently. So we have this good build performance. You only pay for the build time of your part you're developing or you update it. And the whole process looks like this. Module federation comes with two features or aspects. The first aspect is exposing modules. A container can expose modules, and they can be consumed by the host via remote modules. An exposed module would be an asynchronously exposed. So this means if you request a module from the container, this would be an asynchronous process, and the container would then only load the code related to your exposed modules. This means you only have to pay the cost of the container, the cost for the modules you're really using from the container. So only the code is downloaded from the modules you are using. But the containers then can still do optimizations like bundling dependencies of exposed modules together, or extracting shared parts of exposed modules automatically. Also, optimization Webpack can do for automatic loading is possible for exposed modules. So this brings back the good web performance by minimizing requests and also only loading what you're really using. So the second aspect is the shared modules aspect. In this aspect, each part or each participant of the application landscape can provide modules or provide shared modules into the share scope. These modules are provided with version information attached. So like the container could expose React in a version 60.3, and it would be put into the share scope. And on the other side, containers or consumers, or every participant of the landscape can consume modules from the share scope with a version check. So the container maybe asks for React in a version 60.0 or higher, and then it would get the highest version available in the share scope. This way, shared modules can be deduplicated within the share scope by version tagging, and you don't have to download React twice if you have it as shared module. For shared modules, the same asynchronous loading is there, like with expose modules. So you would put every shared module in a separate file or separately download it, and you only have to download shared modules you're really using. So you can provide all the React versions, but not. But if you're only using the newer version, it would not download any old version. So here's an example of this in work. So we start with just this normal application, which has a homepage, and on the homepage there's a login link, and the login link opens a login module and shows like a button, which called login or so, and on the homepage there's a drop down which shows something. Everything uses React in this scenario, but the login module code is loaded asynchronously when clicking on the login button. So it's using on-demand loading for this scenario to move this into a separate chunk, or move it separately downloaded. In this scenario, we have two teams working on this. So team A is working on homepage and the login module, so these components, and team B is working on the component library, where it has a drop-down component and also the button component. And this is how it works with a single build. Everything is super optimized, but let's apply module federation on this concept. So from the view of team B only cares about their own components, like the button component and drop-down component, but also their dependencies, like an arrow icon is used for the drop-down, and also the React as library. And to use module federation, team B would flag these modules in their graph, like button is exposed, drop-down is exposed. So exposed means they are available by consumption from the container interface, and also flag React as shared library, so they may be shared with other teams in this at one time. So now Webpack would create a build, would build a container for all of this. So in this container, there would be a container entry module generated by Webpack, which contain references to all the exposed modules, like button or dropdown. And Webpack would also put every exposed module into a separate file. So like here's button in a separate file, but also dropdown in a separate file, but still be able to bundle dependencies together with a exposing module. So chunking optimization still applies. It would also put every shared module into a separate file because it may be loaded or maybe not loaded, depending on if already a React version is available at runtime. So if you take some examples, like if you request the button component from the container, the runtime would load button chunk, so the file would contain the button, but also the shared modules of this required by this chunk. They would load them in parallel. In the scenario that if there's already a React version, same or higher at runtime available, then request and dropdown would only require their own dropdown chunk, and the React chunk would be loaded from somewhere else or not loaded at all if it's already loaded before. So now let's team A use this container generated by team B. This is how the module graph looks for team A. Team A only cares about their own components, and each component from team B would be added as remote module. So it's only saying there's a container layer somewhere and a consuming dropdown from the container. So from Webpack point of view, there's a remote module, like the dropdown module, and every remote module points to the container as external at runtime. But there's a challenge here, because loading modules from the container is asynchronous. We have to be a bit creative to solve this problem, because if you login module just imports the button component, and importing is usually a synchronous operation. So Webpack will automatically hoist every asynchronous operation required for loading this remote modules up to the next async boundary. An async boundary is like an asynchronous import statement or something like that. So in this case, if you click on the login link, which usually loads the code for the login module, it will in parallel load the code for the button component from the container. So you click the login link, and login module code and button component code would load in parallel, once from the local build, once from the container build. Yeah, and the same happens for shared modules, but it's not in detail explained here. Cool. So now, how can I use it? To use it, there's a module federation plugin available in Webpack 5. And with different properties, you have access to creating container, consuming other containers, but also sharing modules at runtime. Let's look at creating a container. So to create a container, you have to expose modules from the container, which is done by using the exposes property. So the exposes property has some properties like give each module a public name, like tracking system or data, and a local name, which is like where the module is on the disk currently from this build. And to each module is supported. It could be just a normal ECMAScript module, could be CommonJS module, could be CSS, could be anything processed by loaders, what else. And to consume other containers, you have to use the remotes key or remote properties in the module federation plugin. And here you give each container a name like analytics, and also point to a container location, which is then loaded at runtime. Here it would load the analytics.js script at runtime. To use remote modules from containers, you would just have an import statement which analytic is prefixed with analytics, and then the public name of the module in the container, of the exposed module in the container. Here, tracking system. Yeah. And to share modules, you have the shared property, and in this shared property, you just list all the modules you want to be able to share between other containers or other applications. Like in example here, React Visualize is shared, but also React Visualize the styles of React Visualized. And there's also advanced configuration available. Here an example is React. React must only be ever instantiated once on an HTML page. So you can use the singleton advanced configuration to make sure React is only loaded once. For each shared module, Webpack will figure out which version is provided by looking up the version information from the package.json, but also would look up the required version for each dependency by looking in your package.json in the dependencies list or the dependencies list. And yeah, but you could also use more advanced configuration to override this or pass other things or define fallback modules, define different keys. There's also advanced configuration for container building and also for consuming containers available. If you're interested, pause the video and look into the details. At large scale, this could look like this. You have multiple applications which are using component libraries, we are using pages as separate containers, but also business logic is shared or translation stuff or so on. So there's also this funny aspect about orchestration. So now you have built all this container separately, but you have to put them together at runtime. And there are basically two techniques I came up with. The The first technique is evergreen, and this means each application always uses the latest published version of a container. In this scenario, if you publish a change to your design systems components, then every application would instantly get the latest version of this at runtime, and there's no additional step between that. It's like having a package JSON without log file and running npm install every time you load up the application in the browser. It's a bit risky, but it could work on a small scale because technically your company is in control of all your containers. So if you don't make a mess, it could work for you. But there's also another approach, I call it managed. And in this scenario, application would log the version of the container they are using. And it's like having a package JSON with log file. And just like with a log file, there's an active step to upgrade or update the version of your containers which your application is using. So you can validate if this update to your containers works for your application. This way you can test on application level if containers are still compatible with your applications, and there could be multiple stages like staging, production environment, and so on. Here's some ideas how to solve this, but I don't want to go into detail. You can pause the video if you're interested. So to make a summary, module federation allows you to make different builds act as monolithic landscape at runtime. Any Webpack supported module is supported, like ECMAScript, CommonJS, but also assets, loader process stuff, or CSS. Sharing modules is available due to semantic versioning at runtime. It's available for all Webpack targets like Web, Node, Web Worker, etc. And it will only download the modules you are really using, but it will always use all exports of them. So you have to be aware that there's a trade-off about optimization here. And federated modules are asynchronous, so you need to have an asynchronous loading boundary somewhere in the graph before you're able to use federated modules. So our feature is experimental, so maybe breaking traces come in future, maybe there are more advanced features in future. Here I already have some ideas what could come, but don't want to go into detail now. So here are some resources you can, if you're interested, look up into the documentation, other talks, and more examples are available online. So I have to say thanks.
Wow. Like I said, I don't even know what's going on here, and you just blew my mind, Tobias. But let's go deeper into the topic of the federation. Tobias, can you join me on stage?
Sure. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, good to have you. I have to say, you're a brave man tackling these issues. So, well, I don't wear a hat right now, but hats off to you. And awesome that you made it understandable for a person like me who's not into these build systems. We're going to dive into our audience question. And the first one I have is from Albert G. Is there any chance Webpack will make it possible to integrate ES modules as DLLs or convert the Webpack proprietary module system to be compatible with ES modules?
So I think with DLLs, he means containers from the module federation also. So yes, there are plans to make Webpack ECMAScript modules supported. So we can use ECMAScript modules as external. So you can, if you have a container in the ECMAScript format, you would be able to load this container, but we can't produce a container in ECMAScript format. We can't. Basically, the ECMAScript module format as output format for Webpack is not enabled yet, or we don't have it yet, but we are working on that for Webpack 5, and I think it will be available for the final release, but there are some technical challenges, not about basic JS, that would be straightforward, but if you have combined it with CSS or with complexer stuff, like if you have interrupt logic in the model like CommonJS, and questions about strict mode, like ECMAScript modules are always in strict mode, but CommonJS usually can only opt into strict mode. So we would have some behavior changes to modules. So these are questions we are considering. So it's kind of very difficult to make some feature like this. This comes with other builders like straightforward, but with Webpack we have a lot of features we have to support if we want to provide something like that. So it's not that easy for us to add this, but we are planning to add this, and we probably add some limitations to that, and so you can't use it with some complexer structure. So we have some workarounds to make it work. But
yeah, it kind of ties into the panel discussion we had before, that you kind of have to, you don't want to be stuck in the past, you want to continue going forward, but you can't leave everyone behind. So that, of course, slows you guys down. You people down.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something else. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something else. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. Like bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Has got his questions answered. But for those who didn't, of course, Tobias will be in his own private Zoom room where you can pick his brain on Module Federation or Webpack in general, but trying to keep it on topic. So Tobias, thanks a lot for this amazing talk. I'm looking forward to diving deeper into Module Federation.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, it's now time for a few announcements. It's been a pleasure hosting this, and hosting this would not be possible without our sponsors. One of our main gold sponsors is Frontity. It's the easiest way to create performant websites that use WordPress and React. That's a wonderful combination, WordPress and React, and even performant. So be sure to check it out if you're into WordPress and React. The next sponsor I want to highlight is Fauna, which is also one of our gold sponsors. It's a serverless database that offers a full-featured operational data store without infrastructure management. So check it out. We still have jobs available. Somehow in the last 3 hours, not all positions were filled, even though we have a lot of people here in the room. So if you're looking for a job, it's not too late. Also, we have a break coming up, so it's perfect time to also check out the expo hall with the virtual booths from our sponsors. Yeah, check it out. And like we said at the start of the day, we want you to show us how you're watching this conference. I've also sent out a tweet how I'm sitting here, so it's the backstage photo. But a few of our, well, a lot actually, of our viewers have also been sending. So this is how people are watching. It looks pretty cozy. Oh, we have someone with a JSNation mug. So that's a repeat customer. Happy to have you on board again. And some pets and the kids are watching. Really nice, really nice. All right, we're gonna take a short break right now. And we're gonna see you back in 13 minutes at 7 Netherlands time, of course. For you, it can be another time completely. So, but it's 13 minutes and we're gonna continue. See you then, bye-bye.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I sees my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart on fire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy. Or I could just use Mux. about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something crazy at the end. Or I could just use Mux.
Well, we're back, and I have a confession to make. We had a 13-minute coffee break. Guess who forgot to make coffee? This guy. So I'm going to be falling asleep maybe later on. So if I get a chance, I'll get some coffee later. But first, it's time for the lightning talks. We have 4 lightning talks coming up at you lightning fast. First, we have Tanmay Gapao, Shedrick Akintayo, followed by Pablo Postigo, and then last but not least, Eleftheria Batau. Let's jump right into it.
Hello everybody and welcome to When You Think There Is No Time. My name is Eleftheria, I am an app developer and feel free to catch me on my social media, especially like on Twitter. I'm very active there and feel free to reach me there. All right, so in this session, we are going to talk very briefly about my coding journey, how to form habits, and last but not least, how to find the time. So let's get started with my coding journey. I graduated from an engineering university. I did a lot of maths, a lot of physics, but not a lot of coding. And I knew that I wanted to be a front-end developer. So then I found a really cool challenge named 100 Days of Code. Maybe some of you already know that challenge, and it basically helps you to get into the habit of coding. So what you do in this challenge is that you code for 100 days every day for 1 hour, and then you upload that code on Git or GitHub, and you get into that habit of building a nice portfolio that you can share with other people, which as a front-end developer is probably something that you really want. And as I was starting my journey, I know that this is something that a lot of hiring managers and people like that really wanted. And the third thing that you had to do on that challenge is to go on Twitter, use the hashtag 100 days of code and follow people there, encourage other people to take part, give feedback on projects or ask feedback for your own projects. So that's how I started becoming a developer. Of course, when I tried to find my first real job, I understand that I really had to be good at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then I should probably know good at GitHub or another system. And obviously I was seeing other developers that they were using all the time, the Chrome tools, the developer tools, like the console and the network. I didn't know anything about these things. I was actually intimidating, but I knew that I had to learn them. And my fourth step was to learn a framework or a library. I went with AngularJS. Now I know that this is not a very good option, or it wasn't a very good choice because AngularJS is going to be deprecated. But I also learned a data visualization library called D3GS, and that was actually a pretty good choice because it led me to my first freelancing jobs. So it's not only important to watch tutorials or try to figure out other people's code, but it's also really important to build your own stuff. And as I mentioned, I wanted to learn HTML and CSS. So what I did was to build really small things, as the ones that you can see on your screen right now. All those things are done only with HTML and CSS. My next step was to learn JavaScript. So I started building small games. For example, here you have the tic-tac-toe game and the Simon Says game. The inspiration behind this is coming from FreeCodeCamp, which is an excellent site, and I would totally recommend it if you're new to front end. And my third thing was to learn AngularJS. Again, I started like building small games, and the fourth step was D3JS. So I did all of these things, and I was getting into the habit of coding and coding and coding, of building my portfolio. But I starting to see how important it is actually to form a habit. And that's what we are going to talk right now. If you want to form a habit, the first thing that you will notice is resistance. Try to do something good and resistance will be always there. Try to diet and the cookie will always be there. Try to code and a message or someone will be calling you. Try to do something and resistance will be always there. Well, now that we know that there is resistance, there is always a way to fight back. And one of the ways that we can do that is by knowing the power of limits. So things that you can do to help are: don't spray your efforts around, focus on only one thing at a time, and try for consistency over volume. You can't do everything in just one weekend or in just one day. You need to be consistent and you need to always work on those little things. And one weird thing is that it's better to have just a little free time rather than too much. Because if you have like a little free time, you will need to force yourself to be concentrated in all those little things, in all those details that makes a beautiful project. And another thing is that to keep a log or a calendar or a notebook. It's really important. I know that it sounds cliche, but really start doing that. Start writing down everything, and you will feel like so much more accomplishment when you will see all those ticks in your to-do list. So the other thing is how to find the time, because I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that, hey, I want to do all of these things, but I don't have the time. Well, guess what? You do have the time. All of us have 24 hours, and it's just the different ways that we interact with that time. So you need to claim back the time. You need to find the time in those little things. Be really ruthless about what you want to do, about what you want to have in your life, and start fighting for all of those things. And another really important thing is that change only one or two things at a time. You cannot change everything in just one day or in just one weekend. And actually, this is why like New Year's resolution always fails, because you think that you will change 10, 15 things at a time and in only a couple of weeks. But things don't work like that. So make your changes so small that you cannot say no. Start from something and you can always build up. And also don't think only about the best case scenario, but also think of your fails and what will happen if you don't do something. And some tips that maybe are not so well known is keep a note to-do list. A note to-do list is a list that you write the things that you shouldn't supposed to do. Like you shouldn't supposed to watch like Netflix for more than 2 or 3 hours per day. You shouldn't like eat more than 2 ice creams per day and stuff like that. Analyze your day, find what worth your time, find your focus, and always like try for the best, because you can do that. All right, guys, so that was it. Thank you very much. And again, feel free to follow me on my social media. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so glad to be here. I'm Tanmay, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a new feature that we've been working on, which is remote joins, that allows you to kind of take multiple data sources and combine them into a unified GraphQL API. this is something that we've been doing at Hasura. Hasura is an open source GraphQL engine that connects to your Postgres database, but also other sources like a GraphQL source and a REST source, and then allows you to kind of merge them together and now even join across them. Hasura runs as a Docker container in your own infrastructure. Do check it out on GitHub, give it a spin. Let me know what you think. So what I'm going to talk to you about is essentially being able to do something like this, which is that you have data inside a Postgres database and you have a GraphQL API, something like Stripe with OneGraph. And what you want to do is make a GraphQL query that fetches, the customer data from the database and maybe the Stripe data from the Stripe API, right? As an example. And so let's see what this looks like. Here I have Hasura running, and this has just two tables. Which has user and events. And what Hasura gives me is a GraphQL API on those tables. So what I can see is users have ID and email, and then I can make this GraphQL query. I can also do authorization and whatnot to make sure that this GraphQL API is actually secure. And so what I'll be doing is now integrating another GraphQL API and then joining across them. So every user in my system has, for example, is logged in with auth0, and so they're going to have some auth0 details like last login or profile details and stuff that are coming from the auth0 service. And so I have a GraphQL API that's kind of wrapped over the auth0 service. And so what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll add it as a remote schema in Hasura. So let's call it auth0, and let's call it auth0. And what I'll do is I'll add this as a URL here. And then what I can do is I can go to my users table and I can create a relationship between my table and this GraphQL schema that I've added. So let's call it auth0 profile. And then let's say auth0, and then choose to say that we want to use the email as a join condition, right? Because the email value is the same. Let's say I don't have the ID, I'm using email. I could have used ID as well if the IDs were the same. As soon as I do that, what you'll see is that our GraphQL schema will get augmented, and I'll be able to make a query to fetch details from auth0. So that's a query where now I'm fetching this data from auth0 as well, right? So this data is coming in from auth0, this data is coming in from our database. Let's take another example where I can join across two databases. So I have another Hasura service, and this is a different Hasura service. I've called it Hasura Remote Postgres, which has a music database. So there's like artists, albums, music tracks, stuff like that. It's kind of a standard demo app that I use. I'm going to take this GraphQL endpoint and add that to my main GraphQL schema here. Let's call it PG remote. And as soon as I add this here, let's go and add a relationship as well. So every user is also an artist. And so let's go and say artist and link it to PG remote. And we'll see an artist field. And we'll use the ID column this time as the join condition, right? Instead of the email column. So as soon as I do this, what I can now do is I can start making a request for artist as well. There we go. We can see artist now. And I can say artist and artist ID. And, the artist has a name. And maybe the artist has albums as well. Cool. So the artist has an album, right? And so now what is happening is that this data is kind of getting joined across these two databases. So Hasura is actually pushing down the right SQL in both directions. It's pushing down the SQL here, and it's pushing down the SQL that is joining across artists and albums, right? The last quick example that I want to show you is an example of joining this with a REST API. So Hasura, whenever we add REST data sources to Hasura, we call them actions. So let's create an action to map to a REST endpoint that I have. And let me just see if I can bring up the REST endpoint here. So my REST endpoint, what I do with Hasura is I specify the GraphQL spec to map that particular REST endpoint. And so in this case, my REST endpoint is get user info endpoint. It returns some extra information about the user, right? It's coming in from an external REST API. So let's say I have type query, and then I say get user info ID int. right? And this returns a user info object, right? And now what I can do is I can say type user info. So I'm just specifying the contract here, and the contract is ID, which is an int. It has a verified, which is a Boolean. So this is a REST API that I've already created, which is why I know what the contract is. And the address is string. And the endpoint that I have is here. So it's also running on a Heroku app. And so let me just set that handler here. And let's create this. So as soon as I create this action, what happens is that I can go make this API call where I can say query get user info, and I can fetch ID and address and verified, right? And now this is backed by a REST API endpoint, right? So let me just see if I can bring up that GitHub as well, just to show you what that looks like. REST data source. I might be running out of time, so I'm not going to show you the source code. But what this looks like right now is that there's a REST endpoint, and the REST endpoint basically returns this data to us, right? This is not cool because I would like to return the user information as well. So what I would like to do is I would like to have this REST API endpoint return information about the user, which is in my database. And so I'm going to add a relationship from the REST API, right, to our database. So I'm going to say artist, and then I'm going to say that this is actually coming in from the, sorry, I'm going to say user. This is actually coming in from a user table where the ID maps to the ID. Where the ID maps to the ID. And now what I can do is if I go back to our graphical, you'll see that this schema has been enriched with the user entity. And then I can add user, and I can say ID, maybe email. And then I can also fetch the artist information, right? And the artist has a name, and then I can do albums, and then I'll have the album will have a title, right? So here's the query that I'm making, and what this query is now doing is it's making a query to the REST endpoint, fetching the REST data, then making a query to joining that information with our database, and then joining that information with another GraphQL endpoint, which happens to be on top of a database. So that's remote joins. Do check it out. Do play around with it. Let us know what you think. And as ever, please feel free to reach out to me on Twitter if you have any questions whatsoever. Thanks, folks.
Hello, everyone. I am Pablo Postigo, co-founder and CEO of Frontity. I founded this company 5 years ago, and I had one obsession: make it easier to create modern user experiences with WordPress. So first, let me give you a bit of context about WordPress. WordPress is the most popular content management system in the web. It powers 30% of it. It is also one of the biggest open source communities out there, with over 15,000 themes and more than 55,000 plugins. And it's also the platform of choice for marketers and content creators. But I guess that you will be asking yourselves, why is this guy talking about WordPress on a JavaScript conference, right? Well, it is because after years of working hand-to-hand with WordPress publishers and developers, we have found a way to combine WordPress in the front end and JavaScript also in the front end. I mean, WordPress in the back end and JavaScript in the front end. So please let me explain you how we can combine React and WordPress. There are 3 main points to keep in mind. The first one is the first reason is to create a great UI and user experience for the web visitor. At the same time, we want to maintain a great developer experience for the tech team in charge of creating and maintaining the website. And last but not least, we also have to keep in mind that we need to provide with a great content management experience for the team in charge of managing the content of the website. So how can we achieve this golden triangle using React and WordPress? It's easy. Since 2016, WordPress includes a REST API. This REST API opens a world of possibilities, and now we can use WordPress as a headless CMS. Using WordPress as a headless CMS means that we use WordPress only in the backend to manage the content and expose it using a REST API in a JSON format. With this REST API, any technical team can choose the technology they want for the frontend. So, for example, they can build the frontend with a React application. Actually, this approach is not new to us. We've been working with this architecture since 2017. With some WordPress publishers came to us with one request. They wanted to improve the user experience of their mobile sites with one goal. They wanted to improve the user engagement of their websites. So in order to help them achieve this goal, we developed a product called Frontity Pro, which was a mobile theme with instant navigation and swipe. This mobile theme was programmed using React because with PHP and jQuery, it was really difficult to accomplish these features. This is Gudog, one of these big customers that wanted to use Frontity Pro. This is their website. You can navigate it yourselves using your mobile phones, but please let me go and do a quick demo. So this is the website. It might look like a normal website, but as I said, it has some cool features like the swipe between categories. It also has instant loading in the articles and also has swipe between articles. Our goal was to provide a user experience that was as close as possible to a native mobile app, but on the mobile browser. And as you can see, this website performs just great. This website, this project was a success, and it achieved great results for this publisher. Gudog saw an increase in every KPI that they were measuring, including their page views, their organic traffic, the time spent in the website, and also an increase in the user acquisition. After helping dozens of publishers, we decided to release all of our technology and open source our project. And the result was Frontity Framework. Frontity is the easiest way to create lightning-fast websites using WordPress and React. These are some of the key features of the framework. Frontity is really easy to use. It comes with a zero setup architecture and a sweet developer experience. Babel, Webpack, the routine, the state manager, everything is configured and works just out of the box. It is also an SEO-friendly framework. We have solved the server-side rendering of the app. It is also an extensible framework, which means that you can easily reuse parts of your code among different projects, and not only your own code, but also include themes and extensions created by the community. And as I said, we have been using this framework with Frontity Pro, helping dozens of publishers, and it's battle tested. Frontity Pro has served millions of page views all around the world and is ready for production. Before I finish, I want to make a quick recap. We have built a solid bridge between two worlds that were totally disconnected, WordPress and React. And we are really confident about the possibilities of this new combination. The WordPress ecosystem is already excited about starting using React in the frontend. And we hope that the React community also embraces the possibility of using WordPress in the backend, as I said, to provide a great developer experience, a great user experience, and a great content management experience. If you're curious and you want to start looking and investigating Frontity, I invite you to take a look at our website, frontity.org. You can also take a look at our documentation, where we have a really easy step-by-step getting started guide. And I also want to invite you to join our community, where you will be able to start a conversation with the Frontity creators, the community, people using the framework, and share all of your feedback. we will be happy also to keep the conversation on Twitter. So feel free to ping us there. And thank you very much for being here with us in the conference. Enjoy the rest of the talks.
Hello everybody, my name is Shija Kakintayo, and today I'm going to be talking about JavaScript tooling, the evolution and future of JavaScript and front-end build tools. I'm a software developer, I'm a developer advocate, I'm also a guest technical author at Smashing Magazine. So why the web is built? So there are certain reasons why we build our front-end code today. So these reasons include dependency management. We need to be able to manage all the dependencies our code needs without having to worry about any of them breaking. We also need transpiling, so we need to be able to use these latest syntaxes without worrying about browser compatibility issues. Bundling, we need to be able to package all our codes into a central file. Minifying, we need to be able to make the size of our code smaller and have a faster delivery to the client side. Also, one very important part is no module management built in the browser. So there's certain browsers that do not have module management. So we need to be able to manage all our modules without having to worry about anything. So the story of building the web. So 2005 to 2010 saw the era of the first bundlers. So Dojo was released in 2005 with its own build tool called Dojo Builder, which offers minification, dead code removal, multiple build profiles, module management, and you can even make use of Node.js for faster build. Google Closure Tools was also released in November 2009 by Google, and it had a compiler. So this is basically its own build tool, which helps remove code, dead code, minimize code, lint code, and also optimize code. So problems of the first builder and bundlers, why they weren't perfect. So Dojo Builder was heavy. It relied heavily on Java and had a very poor documentation. So Google Closure Compiler issues where it was proprietary. Obviously, it was made by Google, and it was some kind of an internal project before it was released to the public. It required Java 2. Compile time was really slow, and it had poor developer experience. So 2010 to 2012 saw the come up of Gulp and Grunt. They were the first to try and standardize building reusable pipelines on top of plugins. They also gave developers the freedom to write their own build scripts, and plugins were also readily available for basic tasks for developers. 2012, it saw the come up of Babel. So Babel allowed developers to use latest ES6 syntax without worrying about browser compatibility issues. It converts ES6 syntax to CommonJS and it allows developers to build custom plugins for their needs. So, but 2012 to 2014 saw the come up of Browserify. This was the game changer, mainly because of it had the power of NPM as a package registry. It allowed developers to use certain plugins. It had the same syntax as Node.js, and it also has ES6 module syntax. So developers were pretty much happy, but it had its own drawbacks. So from 2015 till now, we've seen the come up of Webpack, of how it has grown from version 1 to currently version 5. And it's a lot of corporate giants are currently using Webpack in production. It is faster than Browserify. It has a very cool Webpack development server called Webpack Server, and it had features like hot module replacement, code splitting, live reloading, etc. And it also had the power of NPM scripts, so developers can write their own NPM scripts without worrying about anything. Their own build script basically with NPM scripts, and it had plugins for various uses, and it also had presets for extending the features of Webpack. It also had a better developer experience other than other older build tools. It was really, really good for developers. So let's see what the future looks like. So the future. So we have Rollup. So Rollup is a module bundler for JavaScript. It was released about, say, 5 years ago, and it it's easier. It was easier. It's easier to learn, obviously, and it had a very fast build. It offers features like code splitting. It is really easy to configure compared to Webpack, and it's the perfect build tool for building JavaScript library because it takes small pieces of code and converts it into a very complex file. So Parcel. So Parcel's selling point when it was released about 2 years ago was that you needed zero configuration. So the pain of developers configuring Webpack rollups did not happen in Parcel. It had a faster bundle time. It uses multi-core processing. Plugins are not necessarily needed. This is because certain basic tasks that require developers to use plugins were already built into Parcel, so the need for plugins were not really that much. It had an also developer experience. It has a very nice documentation for developers, and it also had a very nice community. Has a very nice community. So Snowpack. So Snowpack was recently released. Its selling point is that it does not need bundling during development. So it skips that bundling process in development. This is because of the power of ESM imports, ES modules imports. So it gave it the ability to skip bundling during development, although you need to. So it also provided a plugin where you could use either Parcel or Webpack to create your own production builds. It does not have its own custom production build tool currently. It provides instant reviews on sale, so because there's nothing to rebond you, so your change reflects almost immediately. It's obviously a faster build tool, and it has out-of-the-box support for TypeScript, Java, JSX, and CSS modules, so you don't need to install plugins for these particular languages extensions. So ESBuild. So ESBuild is basically an experiment. It's still experimental. It's the main name of the project is just to show how fast JavaScript build tools can be. It is faster than Webpack, Rollup, and also Parcel. It is written in Go, which makes it really fast because Go compiles to native code. And so far, we're looking at it to be a very bright project. So browser import. So browser import is basically making use of your modules in your browser, in your script tags in the browser, so splitting your code into smaller pieces and delivering them as modules to your to the web, to the browser, basically. So browser support has not really been great, but the web is advancing. Browser support for browser imports for AS modules would increase also. So it has a very good advantage like caching. So the browser does not, once the modules have been reloaded once, the browser does not really need to reload everything unless there's a change in one of the modules. You can also async or defer in the script tag for specify your modules to async or defer, which is a very cool feature for the ESM for the ES module basically. And also finally, we have bundling free approaches, runtime import systems. So basically, bundling free approaches would use ES modules, so you would not need your Webpack, you would not need Parcel. You would not need other build tools for this. You just basically will be bundling directly in the web. So it's basically bundling free. So all of the production. So if you need a production, you would definitely not need a production build. And also, an example is Snowpack. So Snowpack is trying to make use of the bundling free approach with ES modules. It is not so much in use yet. It's still kind of experimental. And if we are able to achieve bundling free approach, we will have lightning fast builds and also deploy time. So conclusion. So the JavaScript ecosystem, tool ecosystem is dynamic. It changes and only the best tools can survive. Technically, it's basically a composition. So in the future, we'll be seeing tools with no configuration at all, better customizability. So it gives developer more flexibility to do whatever they want to do, more extensibility features, and also faster speeds, blazing fast field speeds. So the kind of build tools developers will use for an application's front end is basically a personal call based on the requirements of the project. It's like choosing what works best for you, basically for that particular project. And most of the time, selecting developer to build tools are kind of trade-offs. So references and useful resources. So this is kind of if you need more knowledge on this of what I've spoken on today, you can check this out. Check out these links. Thank you so much for coming to my talk. I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I learned so much. Thank you all the 4 lightning talk speakers. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go into Q&A with all these speakers, but of course, if you have any questions, they are available on Discord for questions. So be sure to go there for gaining more knowledge. Next up, we have the best part of this conference, in my opinion. We're going to go to the Open Source Awards, which is not hosted by one of us 4. It's hosted by Max Stoiber and Stefan Veehest. So please start the drum roll for the Open Source Awards.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Open Source 2020. We are super excited to be here today with you. My name is Stefan, and together with me, I have Max. Hi, Max.
Hey, everybody. I'm super excited to be here to be honoring all of these great open source projects.
Same. So 2 of us will be hosting you today on the 2nd edition of JavaScript Open Source Awards. For those of you who are not familiar with the ceremony, and this is your first time here, the Open Source Awards is here to celebrate community success and highlight the most impactful open source projects of the recent year. Today, we have more than 23 projects separated in 5 categories. And just to know, it was really tough job to filter these out from over 500 nominees.
500 nominations, can you imagine? And all of them really good. While there could only be 1 winner per category, the nominees, all of our nominees in particular, are fantastic. Our first category is the Productivity Booster category. This category is all about tools that improve our efficiency as developers. We're going to start right off with Snowpack. Snowpack is a new build tool for web apps. Contrary to existing build tools, it does not bundle your app in development, which means it starts up really fast, and whenever you hit save and change any code, it rebuilds almost instantaneously. It's super fast and it stays fast even as your app.
And next on our list, we have Project Destiny. Let's check it out.
It seems like there's some technical difficulties playing the movie, but Destiny is a really great project and we're going to learn all about it very soon.
Yeah, the author of Destiny also has a YouTube channel. His name is Ben. He posts a lot about computer science and a lot of tutorials. So if you have time, definitely check it out.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Awad, and I built a library called Destiny, which automatically formats your file structures. Let me show you a quick demo. So here I have a project, and if I ls the source folder, you can see I have a bunch of JavaScript files inside of here. And what I can do is I can run Destiny on this source folder, and it will build a nice file structure out of it. And how it does this is it looks at the dependencies of each file. So for example, register is being imported by routes, and routes is being imported by app, and so it can build this nice little hierarchy. You can think of this like prettier for your file structures.
So that was Project Destiny. Next on our list, we have VisBug.
Launch VisBug, go to the accessibility tool, and if we look at text, it's failing. Looks like we got ourselves a VisBug. Let's fix it and do a couple other things. Use a shortcut, grab the parent, hit Command-Shift-E, select the other items just like it. Now we can change them all together. We get the background to white, we get the text to dark gray. This will contrast.
It looks like our beautiful demos are still having technical issues, unfortunately, but VisBug is a really fantastic project.
Yeah, definitely. It's super cool to use it. Personally, I have a chance to use it across many projects when doing a lot of demos. And when clients ask me to like rearrange something, I can do it with VisBug very easily. The learning curve is a bit steep because to get a full power of it, you kind of need to learn the keyboard shortcuts. But once you learn the keyboard shortcuts, the extension is amazing. I hope we'll solve the technical issues pretty soon so you can actually check out the product demo that Adam from Google actually made for us.
Yeah, so we have 3 more projects coming up in the productivity booster category, and then we have 4 more categories coming up. First, the most exciting use of technology, then the best fun project of the year, which I'm honestly the most excited about. This is all about games and just fun toys built with JavaScript. Then we have the most impactful contribution in the community, and of course, last but not least, the breakthrough of the year.
Yeah, definitely. My favorite category is honestly also the fun category. I'm really excited about the projects. I mean, this year we had a lot of nominations for that specific category, and just being there to pick, the best 5 was very difficult, but I'm really happy with the lineup we have today. It's also worth mentioning how the winners are picked. So prior to the conference, we made a Google form and sent it to all the speakers. So they had some time to look at the projects and vote on them. So each winner that will be announced today is actually voted by the speakers from this conference.
Yeah, so the 5 winners are essentially the speaker's favorite. But like we said at the beginning, really all of the nominees are just fantastic. We had a really hard time ironing out which 5 projects to choose exactly per category because there were so many great ones. But the ones we do have now, they're definitely the cream of the crop.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, the lineup this year is really, really good. Personally, I had a chance to talk with a lot of maintainers since we were collaborating together to bring these demos to you. And all of them were really nice, really friendly, and they put so much effort. So I really hope we'll solve these technical issues and I'll be able to show you around.
Yeah, big shout out to Stefan for really coordinating everything here and making this happen for you all. We're really excited to be here and to show you all of these great projects and highlight all of the great open source work that has happened just in the last year. These are recent projects. These are not from all time. These are recent projects. So it's absolutely mind-boggling the amount of great stuff that's out there.
Yeah, it was my pleasure collecting all the projects and filtering out the final list of nominees. As Max said, all the projects were created recently, most of them. So the criteria was that each project was supposed to be created after the start of 2019. There are some projects that have been created a bit earlier than that, but we still included them because they made such a huge impact during the last year. So they just had to be included.
Yeah. Also, just a note, I'm sitting in Vienna right now, where Stefan is sitting in
Novi Sad, Serbia. So there is quite a not a huge difference, but we're definitely like not close to each other.
Yeah, we're hoping that next year we can be there for you live from stage in Amsterdam, hopefully. We'll see if that actually happens.
The original idea was to actually host the event in Amsterdam, both the React Open Source Awards, which we actually needed to cancel because of coronavirus, and the JSNation Awards, or actually the JavaScript Open Source Awards, were supposed to happen on the JSNation conference in Amsterdam like a few days ago. But I'm really glad that we figured out how to run this event online and actually still present all the nominees and give awards to the winners.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I'm glad we can be here. I'm glad we can share all of this excitement with y'all.
Okay, it seems that the technical issues are solved, so we'll be continuing with the screencasts in the 10 seconds.
Thankfully, I can't wait to learn all about VisBug.
Launch VisBug, go to the accessibility tool, and if we look at this text, it's failing. Looks like we got ourselves a VisBug. Let's fix it and do a couple other things. Let's use a shortcut, grab the parent, hit Command-Shift-E, select all of the other items just like it. Now we can change them all together. We get the background to white, we get the text to dark gray. We know those will contrast. Let's add a little bit of margin to the right of these so they have some separation. We'll traverse some DOM with our hotkeys. Select that pesky uninheriting paragraph, change its color to pass that ratio, and your bug is done.
So that was Project VisBug. Right now we're going to replay the Project Destiny once again because of the technical issues, so stay tuned.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Awad, and I built a library called Destiny, which automatically formats your file structures. Let me show you a quick demo. So here I have a project, and if I ls the source folder, you can see I have a bunch of JavaScript files inside of here. And what I can do is I can run Destiny on this source folder, and it will build a nice file structure out of them. And how it does this is it looks at the dependencies of each file. So for example, register is being imported by routes, and routes is being imported by app, and so it can build this nice little hierarchy. You can think of this like Prettier for your file structures.
So that was the Project Destiny. Now we're going to continue with a Project Taskbook. Taskbook is a note-taking app for the command line habitat. It packs many features in a lightweight module, including ability to create notes, boards, and timelines. You can easily search and filter your notes from the beautiful UI inside of your favorite terminal client.
Last but not least, we have ES-Build. ES-Build is a super fast JavaScript bundler and minifier. It is 100 times faster than Webpack and Rollup because it is written in Go, a much lower level language than JavaScript, which makes it super duper quick. So those were all the 5 projects in the Productivity Booster category. Now, Stefan, why don't you tell us who the winner is?
Right, I hope you were sending those via the HTTPS protocol. So the winner for the category, the Productivity Booster category, is Snowpack.
Congratulations, Snowpack. Congratulations for winning the Productivity Booster of the Year. Now we're going to move on to the most exciting use of technology category. This category is all about unconventional uses of JavaScript. Some stuff that you didn't expect to ever work in JavaScript. Projects which really break some new ground. First up, we've got Vidact.
Hi everyone, my name is Mo. I recently created this project called Vidact, which is basically a Babel plugin that converts your React-like UI code into vanilla JS without any virtual DOMs. This idea came to me when I first learned about Svelte, but I really like JS6 and React, so I decided to create something that works with that kind of code that I'm used to. I've also created this very simple web page where you can see a lot of examples with REPLs, and you can try it out yourself. It's not production ready yet, and it's just a proof of concept, and I'm looking for feedback.
Next up, we have Type GraphQL. Type GraphQL makes it much simpler to create GraphQL APIs with TypeScript and Node.js, and also in a code-first manner.
And next on our list, we have a project called Mock Service Worker.
MSW is an API mocking library that uses service workers. Here's how it works. When your application performs an HTTP request, it gets intercepted by the service worker. But instead of resolving response from cache, it returns the mock response you want. Since the interception happens on the network level, your application knows nothing about the mocking. Written in TypeScript and having a rich support of REST and GraphQL APIs, MSW is your next favorite tool for development, testing, and debugging.
The fourth project in the most exciting use of technology category is Redwood.
Does the JavaScript ecosystem leave you feeling like this? Maybe it's time for something new. Redwood.js. Redwood combines React with GraphQL and Prisma to make what we call an edge-ready framework for the Jamstack. Overwhelmed with Webpack and Babel configuration? Redwood's already taken care of it. Everything talks to each other out of the box, and you can use our generators to write the boilerplate, leaving you to write the fun stuff. Feeling overwhelmed trying to learn yet another JavaScript framework? Redwood has great documentation and an award-winning, friendly tutorial to walk you through just about everything you can do with the framework. Tutorial has not actually won any awards. So don't wait. Download Redwood in the next 30 minutes and you'll receive hundreds of NPM packages absolutely free. Redwood is under very active development and should not be considered ready for production environments. Side effects of Redwood may include decreased stress, increased job satisfaction, and a newfound sense of purpose. Visit redwoodjs.com for more information. So talk with your team today and find out if Redwood's right for your next app. Redwood. It's not just a big tree, it's your new favorite JavaScript framework.
And the last but not least project for this category is the one called OrbitDB. Let's check it out. OrbitDB is a serverless, distributed peer-to-peer database. OrbitDB uses IPFS as its data storage, and IPFS pops up to automatically sync databases with peers.
With those 5 projects that we just saw, Stefan, why don't you tell us who the winner is of this year's most exciting use of technology?
Let's get to it. So the winner of this category is, just a second, it's the Mock Service Worker. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mock Service Worker. What a fantastic project and what a deserved win, to be fair. Now we're going to move on to my favorite category, the most fun project of the year. as the name of this category suggests, this category is all about fun projects that just make you go, wow. They don't have to have a specific purpose or logic. They're just interesting and entertaining. First up, we've got Splat.
Hello, my name is Charlie Gerard and I'm the creator of Splat. So Splat is a small interactive game just like Fruit Ninja but that you play with your hands. And let me show you a little demo. So, okay. No, let me try again. So you just click the start button and it uses machine learning in the browser to detect your hand movements and 3D as well to generate the fruits. And you can splat to the right or splat to the left and you're supposed to hit the fruits and avoid the bomb. So that's pretty much it. You can just go right, left and hit some fruits and get some points. I hope you enjoy it and thank you. Bye.
Second, in the most fun project of the year, we have Flatris. Flatris is a 1v1 Tetris game. You play Tetris, and for every line you remove, it gets pushed to your enemy. Whoever stays alive the longest wins.
Yeah, that is an amazing game. But next on our list, we have the project called ISO City. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, my name is Victor Ribeiro and this is ISO City. ISO City is an isometric city builder with no simulation, no budgets, and no worries. Just sit back and relax while building your awesome city. As an user, you can use it to pass the time and share your design with your friends. As a developer, you can use it as a base to build more complex projects. I had a lot of fun creating ISO City and I hope you have a lot of fun playing with it or using in your project. Thank you all for the award nomination and I wish you all the best.
So that was the project ISO City. Next on our list, we have Project Diablo. Let's get to it. This is a classic game from 19s that millions are fond of, ported to the web with WebAssembly and Canvas. So literally a good bunch of old C++ code dropped to the web without a huge team working on it. It is an impressive use of technology as well. That was awesome. And the very last project in category, the fun project of the year, is one called Pose Animator. Pose Animator takes a 2D vector illustration and animates its containing curves in real time based on recognition result from PoseNet and FaceMesh. It borrows the idea of skeleton-based animation from computer graphics and applies it to vector characters.
How fun were those 5 projects? Let's find out who wins. Stefan, the magic envelope is on its way to you.
Right, it arrived. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, this category was super special to me because there are so many great projects and every single one of them was so fun to play with. So the winner for this category this year of JavaScript Awards 2020 is Pose Animator.
Congratulations, Pose Animator. What a deserved win. What a fun category. Honestly, this is just my favorite, but we have to move on to the next one. The most impactful contribution to the community. This category is all about projects that made a splash in the community and that really fostered something around them.
The first project in this category is one called Perfume.js. Let's check it out.
Ciao, I'm Leonardo Zizzamia, the creator of Perfume.js, a lightweight open source library that measures all user-centric performance metrics from across the world. With just a few lines of code, you can track metrics like largest contentful paint, total blocking time, and more to ensure you're creating a delightful user experience. Better understand device information and define where your metrics are coming from. Drive a culture of performance in your company by connecting these real-world measurements with business objectives. Enjoy Perfume.js. Ciao.
Thank you so much for showing us Perfume.js. Next on our list, we have an awesome project called Eki.
Hey everyone, and thanks a lot for the nomination. Here's a short overview of Eki. If you are running a website and you don't need a full-blown analytics tool like Google Analytics, then Eki is what you are looking for. It gives you any kind of insights, views, pages, refers, and more. And the best, Eki uses no cookies at all. It's privacy focused and 100% open source. You don't even need a cookie message on your website.
Thank you so much for showing us the project Eki. Next on our list, we have a pretty educational one called Algorithm Visualizer. Let's give it a look. Algorithm Visualizer is an interactive online platform that visualizes algorithms from code. Learning an algorithm or preparing for your next interview gets so much easier with Algorithm Visualizer.
Last but not least, in the most impactful contribution to the community, we have the unofficial SpaceX REST API. SpaceX is an open source REST API for rocket, core, capsule, pad, and launch data of SpaceX. It's not official, but works really, really well. What amazing 5 projects. Stefan, why don't you tell us who won?
Let's do it. Oh, this envelope actually smells pretty nice. Let's check what's inside. So the winner,
because I gave it to you.
The most impactful contribution is, you guess it, Perfume.js. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Perfume. What a deserved win. Now we're on to our last category of the awards this year, the Breakthrough of the Year. This category is all about projects that really furthered the JavaScript ecosystem and really contributed to it and added new dimensions and possibilities to it. First up, we have Deno. Deno is an alternative to Node.js made by the same creator that is written in Rust and supports TypeScript by default.
Thanks for sharing Deno with us. Next on our list, we have fantastic Alpine.js. Let's check it out.
Hey there,
I created Alpine for the times where Vue.js or React is too much and where Vanilla.js is too little. So let's create a counter component with Alpine. To install it, you literally paste in a CDN, it's 7.5 kilobytes of JavaScript, and then to create a component, you use the xData attribute, where you specify the data that's going to be reactive. So in this case, it's going to be count. So count is 0. We're going to listen for a click on this button, at click, count ++ to increment count by 1, and then we'll say xText count, which is going to bind the value of count to the text value of this span. Now we refresh, we hit +++, and there we go. We have data reactivity with almost no effort and 7.5 kilobytes of JavaScript. There's Alpine. Thanks for watching. The third project in our Breakthrough of the Year category is Tailwind CSS. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework with a beautiful system at its core that makes it simple to create visually great-looking user interfaces.
What an amazing project. Next up in our list, we have project named 11T. Let's give it a go.
30 seconds to describe 11D. It's a static site generator fast. You can use it to transform data into websites. You don't have to install it. It can run right from NPX. Here's 11D building a web page Twitter archive, one page for each of my 27,000 tweets. 11D isn't tightly coupled to a single template language. We support 11 languages right out of the box, including Markdown and plain JavaScript. 11D isn't tied to any client-side framework. We don't add any libraries or boilerplate to your site's output. And it's done. 27,000 pages in 30 seconds.
Last but not least, in our Breakthrough of the Year, we have Svelte. Svelte is a new JavaScript framework with a super smart compiler that does most of the work that other frameworks do in the browser, making it very, very fast. That was unfortunately the last project we got to show you today. Again, all of these projects were absolutely fantastic. Now, Stefan, tell us who won Breakthrough of the Year.
Will do. Just a second. Okay, I got an envelope. So the winner for this category, it's actually 2 projects, believe it or not. So the first winner for this category is Project Svelte. And the next one is Project Deno. Both of these projects.
Congratulations to both Deno and Svelte. What an incredible outcome that both of them were so highly regarded by the community. Unfortunately, we're out of time here. So Stefan, why don't you wrap us up?
Yeah, sure. So thanks everybody for joining in. I will quickly just mention all the projects who won every category. So first off, we have, I think it's Project Snowpack. After that, we have Mock Service Worker, Perfume.js, Project Svelte and Deno, and last but not least, Project Pose Animator. Once again, huge congratulations to all the nominees. It was really great to have you this year. I'm looking forward to the next year's event, and I hope to see you around in Amsterdam. Have a great day. Bye.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking by.
Congratulations to all the winners of the OS Awards this evening. There was so many entries and so much creativity on show, but we hope to obviously see many more of these of such talent come back next year and compete. Before I introduce the next speaker, I think now is a good time to hear from you, amazing peeps, and find out which technical skill you'd like to learn in the scope of the next 6 to 12 months. To tell us more about this, we have a poll that you guys, that you amazing peeps can participate in. Simply go to the link posted up here and log in this number. Give me a second. And the number is 989364. I'll repeat, that is 989364. And the poll is really to find out which tech skill you would like to learn within the next 6 to 12 months. I know which one I would be choosing, and I'm really keen to hear more about which one you guys would be choosing as well. While we're at that discussion about a poll, I'd just like to point out that I'm a little bit disappointed in the JavaScript community out there. It has come to my attention that in the last poll, there was a discrepancy about the winner of the belly dancing option. And I'd just like to point out that, I feel truly wronged because I do have some serious belly dancing skills. Now they are not on show right now, but they could be. While we're doing this poll, just know that I am really, I'm lumbering up to kind of show you just how badly you guys got it when it came to belly dancing. And I mean, how? I'm not even upset. I know this poll is about all the tech skills, and it's fine. It's all good. Let's focus on what's in front of us. We're not going to bring back all those bad memories again. Just go to the poll right now and let us know which tech skills you are looking forward to learning over the next 6 to 12 months. But yeah, I did have some time to think about it, and yeah, I still can't get. You guys really chose Fleur of all people to win the last poll. Like, I'm not even. We are on another poll. Just pointing that out. It's all about, whatever tech skills you're looking forward to learning. But the fact that even chose Metin ahead of me in that poll, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. I'm definitely going to be shedding a few tears this evening on my way back back home. But let us know. I mean, right now in terms of the ecosystem and the different frameworks from React to Node, Angular, and everything in between. You can Vue.js, GraphQL, even some machine learning principles and AI. And I know there, in the talk coming up, it's going to be a little bit more focused on that, which I'm quite looking forward to as well. But yeah, what if it's DevOps as well? And the good thing I love about this poll is the fact that it is one that anybody can participate in. Anybody listening right now, because as whether you are an experienced developer or you're someone looking to get into development, Okay, cool. And we'll have the poll in the background as we introduce the next speaker. And yeah, when we come through that break, we'll find out what was the top skill. But next on stage, I have the warm pleasure of introducing Jen Looper. Jen is a cloud developer advocate lead at Microsoft and the CEO of Front End Foxes, an international initiative and nonprofit organization created to help people who identify as women learn front-end technologies. Jen has got an awesome talk today about PostDance, a web application that she recently created for all of you paying attention, that will have you TikToking while you are walking, with your dogs and Millie rocking, hit the ball, and then the pop and locking in a pro like no time. So peeps near and far, please put your virtual hands together for Jen Looper. Take it away, Jen.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here to speak to you today about a very interesting app that I've created. It's called Pose Dance, and what it is it's a TikTok trainer. So we're going to talk a little bit about Pose Dance, the idea of building a skeleton, using the Canvas API and video to allow yourself to dance just as well as those awesome kids that we are all wasting time watching on TikTok. My name's Jen Looper. You can always find me on Twitter at Jen Looper, and I'm a cloud advocate lead at Microsoft. So the agenda today is to talk a little bit about what TikTok is. We're going to talk about PoseNet. We're going to dig a little bit deeper into what is running behind the scenes in PoseNet and how it was built. We're going to talk a little bit about how I built Pose Dance, and then I'm going to do a demo for you. You're going to love it. Okay. So what is TikTok? If you're not up to date on what TikTok is, it is the greatest mobile app currently in the market, just to let you know. It's based on Musical.ly, which was a little app that was released a couple years ago to have the kids do music videos. And it evolved into TikTok, which is for some, because of this evolution from Musical.ly, I feel like it's very amenable to people dancing on this app. It is a complete waste of time, but it is also very, very fun. It's a lot like Vine, which was little short videos. The videos on TikTok are about a minute each, but you can patch a bunch of little videos together to get to that 60-second limit. And it's famous for dances. And I'm going to share this slide deck later. You can find me on Twitter, and I'll share the link out. And there's a lot of little articles referenced in these slides that you can take a look at of how, I spent a week on TikTok and only lost a week on TikTok. All right. What is PoseNet? Let's talk a little bit about what PoseNet is. PoseNet allows you to do pose detection in the browser. It's a product from Google, and it's very, very interesting. It uses TensorFlow JS behind the scenes, so it can be used for your websites, within your websites. And it can be used with your webcam, with video within a canvas, or it can be used on still pics, so any kind of images that you want to show it. It can display one or more people, so you can have a skeleton that you create for one person's poses to be displayed, or you can focus on many people in a video or an image. One of the use cases is that it's being used for sports. For example, to speak with an American idiom, if I slid into first base when playing baseball and I twisted my ankle, if there's a video of that, you can see exactly, and you could pinpoint exactly where it went wrong, so that you can figure out where you went wrong and twisted your ankle, and maybe you can avoid doing that another time. Personally, I'd like to try this to show yoga poses and what the best positioning and placement is for your hands, feet, and your whole body. And all it does is it gives estimations of the position of 17 key body points. And you yourself have to create the skeleton on Canvas. So it's not completely out of the box. All it does is it gives you the estimation of those body points, and then you can go and do whatever you like with the data that's sent back to you. An example output of PoseNet looks like this. It's basically saying that, we think this is the left eye. It sends back a score that it's 99% sure that this is a left eye at the X and Y Cartesian coordinates within the image or within the video. Now, if you're running this against a video, it's going to give you this data set for every keyframe. So that is a pretty powerful piece of software. So whenever I'm talking about machine learning in the browser or any kind of machine learning built into web and mobile apps, I like to talk also about, what's going on behind the scenes. And you can take a look at some of the papers, some of these research papers that are referenced in these slides. PoseNet is actually built on top of Person Lab models. And Person Lab was a new way of determining people's stances and actions in a video or photo. So previously, we would be looking for people in a video or a photo by giving bounding boxes. I'm pretty sure that this is a person. I'm pretty sure that this is another person. But PoseNet and Person Lab allows you to do a bottoms up, parts first way of determining what a person is and what exactly they're doing within an image. So it's instead of the top-down boxes, it's a bottoms-up parts first, and it's a box-free, fully convolutional determination, and it predicts relative position of those 17 key points. So there's eyes, ears, nose, mouth. There's no mouth. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, hip, knee, ankle. And it starts from the most confident detection, and it works up based on trained body poses. So let's dig even a little bit deeper than that. So what's going on behind the scenes here? Well, let's talk about Person Lab and how this thing is working in the background. So Person Lab training consists of 2 steps, right? It detects a person and then it estimates the poses. And first, it attempts to detect the key points you can see on these heat maps. It groups them into person instances. So it's looking at an image, determining, which parts belong to which person, and figuring out, which elements are belonging to that single person. So it tries to do these groupings, and the network itself is trained in a supervised fashion, and it looks for 17 face and body parts using the COCO dataset. So COCO is Common Objects in Context, COCO dataset. So it's always useful to know how these models were built and what data set is being used to build this kind of thing. So it's using the heat maps and then short range offset predictions to identify possible key points, figuring out, maybe this is an ankle, maybe this is a wrist. And then it uses a system of Huff voting to determine the most precise placement of a key point. So it's using the Huff voting to create Huff arrays. And you might take a look at what Huff arrays are by doing a quick Google. So Huff arrays is based on Huff transforms, which is a feature extraction technique used in image analysis and computer vision. And it's designed to find imperfect instances of objects within a certain class of shapes by means of a voting procedure. Interestingly, it was invented in 1959 and patented in 62, I believe. So all of these machine learning techniques that we're using, a lot of them have been around for quite a long time, and it's quite interesting to just remember that we are building on the shoulders of giants. So anyway, so we have our Huff votes that come through. We have Huff arrays constructed, and then we're trying to figure out the people involved in creating the posing. So it's decoding the poses of these people, using these detections to create likely instances of individual people, right? And it's using the long range offsets that it finds to group the people into segmented instances of each person in an image. And it's good to know that all of these steps are using convolutional neural networks. So there's really quite a lot going on behind the scenes to create this model that is then packaged up and given to us for use in PoseNet. So always useful to know what's going on behind the scene, and especially what the data set was used to create the model that we just grab out of the box and use. Take a look at the research paper that's referenced in the bottom here. So like I said, PoseNet was a project of Google Creative Lab, and it's running real-time pose estimation in the browser. And what PoseNet does is it basically abstracts away complexities of the model given to us by this complex machinery behind the scenes. And it encapsulates the functionality delivered by these models into easy-to-use methods that we can use on the web. It's installable via NPM as part of TensorFlow models. So you can take a look at the TensorFlow models repo, and there's a whole bunch of demos that you can take a look at to get some inspiration. And it accompanies TensorFlow.js, which is really helpful because with TensorFlow.js, we can use machine learning in our browser. You can do inference easily enough using TensorFlow.js in your browser. You can also actually train models in your browser. It's not my favorite way of training. I prefer to do that, using a different stack to make it a little bit more efficient. But you could, if you wanted to, train models in your browser. But I like to use it for inference. And just fun fact, it does use fast greedy decoding algorithm from the Person Lab paper that we've been talking about. Okay, so we have the model that we want to use. We've determined that we want to build some kind of app. Well, what would be the most fun thing that you can think of to build with this technology? Well, for me, I went straight to TikTok because, why not waste a little more time on TikTok and actually push it a little bit technologically, see what we can build on top of TikTok to use PoseNet. So I thought, well, why don't we build a side-by-side comparison so that you can use PoseNet to compare a dancer's movement to your own by comparing the TikTok video to your webcam output, because this thing is designed to be using your webcam. So we'll be, me with my webcam over here with my skeleton determined, and then making a comparison to the TikTok point of truth. So why not? Let's do it. So as I was thinking about this and starting to build it, I started to get a little bit uncomfortable because I thought, well, maybe what I'm building and what I'm using is inherently ableist. So just a quick note on what ableism is it's discrimination in favor of standardly abled people, people with, people who can walk, people who are not in wheelchairs. And I started to ask myself, our Person Lab is PoseNet and is PoseDance my app, is it inherently ableist by nature because it's looking for skeletons, intact skeletons to be drawn on top of an image? And like most machine learning models, this thing doesn't actually make judgments. It just measures. And if it doesn't find a piece of a body, or like, for example, if their arm stops at the elbow, then it's just not going to show that wrist key point. So it doesn't make judgment. It's just looking for parts and it's measuring and displaying. However, I thought, if I create an app on top of TikTok comparing my moves with a scoring mechanism to, semi-professional able dancers, that actually might be ableist. So what I decided to do is to make an inclusive app and make sure that I show differently abled dancers, folks in wheelchairs, folks with different abilities. And so that's what I tried to do, just to let you know. So when you visit the app, you'll see some interesting different types of dancers. Okay, so let's talk about building PoseDance. I had a lot of considerations that I had to gather together when I was starting the work. I had to worry about the design, get the architecture in place, figure out how to use PoseNet, figure out how to use a webcam, and realizing that these models are heavy and you have to handle that when you're building a web app. You have to make your app responsive. How to build the scoring and leaderboard, that was interesting. And then the backend implementation. So fortunately, I had Azure Functions in my back pocket. I know how to use those. I know that that's a really great way to build an API. And then I also had a system called PlayFab in my back pocket. This is another Microsoft acquisition called PlayFab. And it's a really nice backend as a service that you can use for games and gamified interfaces. It works really nicely. And your Azure Functions will be able to talk to PlayFab and send your scores back so that you can build a leaderboard. Then I had to worry about deployment, where this thing is going to live. So lots of things to think about. So when I'm building an app, I usually start by, like every JavaScript developer, start installing NPM dependencies. So here's the list of my dependencies for the app. And the most important two are the top two, right? We have PoseNet installed from TensorFlow models and TFJS, that's TensorFlow.js, installed as well. Those two have to be paired together. They work together. Axios for calling my API, Bulma for a nice responsive website. Bulma uses Sass and the Sass loader. It's a Vue site. I'm a Vue developer, so I need my bits and pieces from Vue. And the rest of that is, the router Vue validate for the form that I created so that you can log in and save your score, and persisted state to make Vuex behave itself. So those are the bits and pieces that I used. So I needed to build a interface that allows you to have webcam on one side and TikTok videos on the other. I wanted initially to use the TikTok embedded videos. If you go to TikTok on the web, you'll find that you can download embeds. I thought that I'd be able to draw my skeleton right on top of that embed. Turns out I couldn't. I had to grab the video from TikTok, and you can actually do that on their mobile app, which is interestingly. So I'm grabbing these videos as MP4s, and I'm using those within the web app. I started getting a little concerned about terms of service, so I made sure that the TikTok embeds are on the homepage so that you can see all the attributions and the credits that are given to each dancer and the music they use. Okay, so using PoseNet. So this is really fun when you start thinking of cool things that you can use with these machine learning models, and then you realize, oh my gosh, these are really big. These are big models. It takes about 10 seconds for this app to load up because I'm not only using PoseNet, I'm using PoseNet twice. I have two models running. I have one for the webcam and one for the TikTok videos. So you have to just really create a responsive and asynchronous friendly website to handle these large models, and also to handle the webcam, because that thing has to download, has to be initialized and load up as well. So I had a nice loader widget just running. Bulma is very helpful with that. Okay. So handling the webcam, asynchronous calls, asynchronous lifecycle hooks like mounted async are your friend, because in the mounted hook, you have to load up your video, reference the video, set up the webcam and load up the webcam and get that thing ready to roll, set up your 2 canvases to draw the key points and skeletons on top of, load up your models, and handle your video events. So, I mean, and this is trimmed down because I couldn't cram it all into, into one piece on this slide. So there's really a lot going on, and it all has to be asynchronous. So I just want to emphasize that. So posing, for each video, you need to load a model and start estimating the poses. So each frame is being called here. It's grabbing each frame and grabbing the data that's sent back from PoseNet, from this net estimate poses. That's the call that you're using. And then you're drawing the key points and the skeleton yourself using the Canvas API on the estimated location. So it's something that, it has to be pretty responsive. I found that if you ask too much of it, it can get a bit laggy. Let's just put it this way. This app is a fun thing to try. I would not at this moment send it to production and try to monetize it. I'll put it that way. So drawing the skeleton, like I mentioned, you're using the Canvas API. Here's where you can get a bit creative and you can make the skeleton really, really thick. You can make different colors. You can draw your key points in different ways. I just use the dots for the skeleton points and then lines in between. So it's very DIY type of thing. Scoring was a challenge. How can you figure out how well you're moving compared to another video? Well, for each of these videos, for the webcam feed and the video feed, I gathered the key points and I figured out, I appended them all into an array, and then I did basically a subtraction. So I figured the point of truth is the video, and your webcam is what you're comparing it to. So you're just finding the difference between the webcam points and the video points. And turns out your score tends to degrade to negative as you diverge from the video. Maybe this is something that could be fixed, but you need to position yourself, exactly where the video person is positioned, and make sure that you're really aligning to where that person is moving. So that was a bit of a challenge to. Let's put it this way. I think my high score is like 6. It's not that great. And actually, my daughter was annoyed by it. She finds the whole app annoying because her score was that bad. So we're all in the negative. Okay, let's talk about the back end. Now that we've got our scores, I decided, like I said, to use PlayFab as a mobile platform as a service backend. It is great for games. I put all the calls to it in an API folder, and I use Azure functions to call PlayFab. So here is my Azure function that's grabbing that PlayFab SDK NPM package and just calling its API, update player statistics, and sending a score. So that was pretty easy to build, actually. It works pretty well. And then the leaderboard. So PlayFab does create a public leaderboard of all players. You don't have to be logged in to see the leaderboard. You do need to be logged in to send items to the leaderboard. But anyone can take a look at the leaderboard. You just need the title secret key. So that is saved in variables in the service that I deployed it on. I'll talk about that in a second. So I built the leaderboard via the PlayFab API and used Axios to display it. So deployment, let's talk about deployment. This is where the release of a product really saved my life, because I was able to use the brand new Azure Static Web Apps. And this was just released at Microsoft Build 2-3 weeks ago. And it is new, hot, it is in preview, but it works beautifully for these kind of apps. It works great for ViewPress, for Gatsby, for a standard SPA type of website, Vue.js or React or what have you, Angular, Svelte. And if you'd like to try it, you can go to aka.ms/try static web apps. Great way to host your apps. It gives you a nice URL and you can just go to the races. It works beautifully. I strongly recommend. Okay, I think at this point we're ready for the demo. I think we can give this a try. I'm going to just escape this, and I'm going to show you my app. So here it is. And Okay, this is Pose Dance. This is the app that I built. So this is the first page, and it has an invitation to dance as much as you like. Like I said, I put differently abled people in here, and I am going to go ahead and dance with this feller. And you can see that it's loading the model. It's loading. Okay, it's ready. I'm not logged in, so my score is not going to be captured. I could also click preview and just watch the video with the skeleton, but go ahead and play this. It's already lagging a little bit. Here we go. Oops, I screwed it up already. Okay, see, I'm not far back enough. What's my score? It's probably terrible. Oh, I'm in the negative. Oh well, should try again. Last time I got 6. So fortunately I'm not logged in, so we won't visit the leaderboard. Well, we will visit the leaderboard and see if anybody's doing better than me. Still my high score as anonymous is 6. Oh well. I encourage you to go to AKAMS/PoseDance to visit the app. All of the content is on GitHub, and I have written a nice README. And you can get all the information you need on this pose dance. There's a video. You can take a look at the slides, blog post coming soon, and you can try the app. And all the code is ready for you. So I hope you enjoyed my talk. I'll talk to you on Twitter, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Amazing presentation, Jen. Please join me on stage for some Q&A. There you are.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jen, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. I was saying before that I wanted to personally thank you for creating Pose Dance.
My pleasure.
Exactly. I have extensive experience at dancing poorly, and you taking your time out to create this is a godsend for people for myself.
Well, I'm very happy to create the useful apps of the world.
Exactly. The ones that matter, the ones that change lives.
That's right.
I was saying that when I logged on to the app just to kind of prepare for this talk, I did score a 61.98, which I thought was like up here,
It is.
Exactly.
That's a great score. Mine is like negative 133. So to be perfectly honest.
This is it. I feel that I'm already getting better as we speak. Even just one try. I did try to go back and aim even higher, but there are like loads of lagging problems with the app. I was just wondering if you could kind of touch on that a little bit about the challenges that you faced in building it and the lag problems and how those could have been avoided or repaired or something.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of things that might be causing that lag. One thing I've noticed is that when you click back to the screen with all those embeds, I think there's 8 embeds coming out of TikTok. And I think there's quite a lot of JavaScript just loading on that page. There's not a whole lot I can do about that because I wanted to keep all of the branding around those TikTok embeds according to their terms of service. You need to, if you're going to use TikTok stuff, you need to at least have that much on your website. And I didn't want to, have any problems with TikTok. And then in terms of, when you click the dance button and you get to the second page where you're, creating the skeletons and all that, like I said in the talk, there's an awful lot of JavaScript. It usually takes about 10 seconds to load up your models, load up your webcam, load up the video, get everything organized and click that press button. Because there's 2 models running on that page. So it's a lot of JavaScript. It's very heavy apps and heavy models being deployed there. So it's the kind of app that, we're not going to just launch this into production right now. It's highly likely that there's a memory leak that I haven't found, but maybe you just did. So things I need to take a look at.
For sure.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OBP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OBP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
thank you very much, Jen, for giving us, for basically, helping me improve my social life, which once we do get out of this and hopefully build a few more followers, out of the 1 million plus that I already have on TikTok right now, just blowing up, just blowing up.
That's awesome.
Exactly. So peeps, Jen is not is going to her Zoom room. So please do feel free to send any more questions that you have about Pose Dance, about machine learning in JavaScript, and so many other questions, and she'll be definitely happy to answer them. Jen, thank you, and speak again.
Thanks.
Chat soon. Cool. And yeah, so just following on from that very illuminating conversation, we need to find out a little bit more about, what was the language or the skill that everybody wants to learn in the next 6 to 12 months. We had so many options to choose from. We managed to exclude, belly dancing, because there still needs to be kind of a recount on that one. I will not say who, but some of the top skills that were voted for include DevOps. We have TypeScript. We have React, obviously, but the number one skill that everybody wants to really pick up, or at least most people want to pick up the next 12 months, or master, is JavaScript. I mean GraphQL. Sorry, JavaScript is my head. GraphQL. So. GraphQL it is. I personally will be perfecting my TikTok game, but yes, GraphQL as well. Thank you all of the attendees for participating in the poll. And now I'd like to pass the buck on to my co-chef Bruce to introduce the next speaker. Bruce.
Thank you very much, Chris. Hi, folks. I'm Bruce. You haven't seen me since early on, but I've been here listening to all the talks and enjoying my day. Hopefully you have too. It's time for another poll. So if you would open up your browser and go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com, MENTI.com, and type in the following code, 390240. That's 390240. Now, this is something that I'm particularly interested to learn the answers for, because as you have probably gathered now, although I'm quite well known for accessibility, web standards, and inventing the HTML picture element, I'm actually much more widely known in the non-dev world for my fashion sense. As you can tell by this new jacket that I commissioned from Stella McCartney, and the JSNation people were kind enough to reimburse me for. Thanks, Stella. Happy birthday to your dad, Paul, by the way. Thanks, JSNation, guys. So, as you can see from the poll, I've assembled what I think is quite a dashing little ensemble for the middle-aged fat guy about town. As you can see, I'm wearing this jacket. I'm wearing a green shirt that I had made for me in northern India. I chose the fabric myself from a small market holder in Udaipur, and went to my tailor and had it made, because you can't buy shelves like that off the peg, unfortunately. Then I'm wearing some stripy red trousers that I had for a while, because I used to be the lead guitarist in a punk band, and you're not a proper punk lead guitarist if you don't have stripy trousers. And then I've got some cheetah print shoes. I want to emphasize here that no cheetahs were hurt in the making of these shoes. I put it down humanely and ate it, so it didn't go in vain. So your task, please, on the poll is simply to indicate which of those garments is the best? Is it the jacket? Could it be the shirt? Do you favor the trousers, or in American, do you like the pants? Or is your choice of the whole ensemble the shoes? And because I know that choosing is going to be quite difficult, I've added a fifth option. They're all great. So if you would please vote, then after the next talk, we will find out which a voice in my ear that could be God has told me it's not after the next talk, it's now. So I'm going to head over to the poll. I'm going to vote all of them for myself because I really can't decide. And I have to do something like sign up, which I should have done earlier. I'm signing in with Facebook so that Mentimeter knows everything about me forevermore and will sell me trousers until I die. You've still got time to vote, folks, because I'm going through the startup. And I do not see the results of my poll. Wow, it looks like it's pretty much a tie. Trousers and all of them are pretty much neck and neck. I think we will have time after the next talk for you to actually find out the answer. And if you DM me on Twitter, I might even let you know where you can buy the jacket and the trousers and the shoes. As I say, unfortunately, the shirt was made to measure for me and is unavailable for you to purchase. But should you find yourself in Udaipur Market, go down a little side street, down to the bottom, past all the spices and the little shop where they sell chai, and you can buy that fabric because I did leave a few meters of it. So, don't forget, before we go to the next talk, to visit the exhibition hall virtual booths and see what our sponsors have got for you, because they're kind enough to give money to allow this to happen, to allow 25,000 people to attend. So please do turn up. You can't see this, folks, but Flora is just holding a delightful dog, and it's making me miss my dog that moved out last week. So go to the expo hall, and it is now time for me to introduce our last speaker of the day, I believe. Our last speaker is somebody whom I haven't actually seen speak live, but I've seen on the interwebs generally. He's going to be speaking about something that's interesting to me. It's how you can build something relatively easily that uses best practices but can scale magnificently. As usual, folks, you're invited to ask questions in the Discord, and the teams of the JSNation volunteers will pick out the non-duplicates, send them to me strapped to a carrier pigeon's leg, where it will land within 30 seconds of the end of the talk, and I will ruthlessly interrogate our next speaker. So big it up, please, for John Papa. Here we go.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here at JSNation, and for all the organizers for setting this up. Today, I want to start with a little story for you. You've built an application. You're a developer. This is what you do. And your app connects people who need to get groceries with those people who can provide them. Now, millions of people could use this today in the world. So let's think about what you would need after you develop your app. Of course, you need your code, and you probably store it in a place like GitHub. And you want to push it to GitHub, so make sure that you have your code available in open source. But then you also want CI/CD. Do you have this to make sure you're testing it and building it and then pushing out new releases? What about your APIs? Are you set up to have APIs and serverless functions or a backend service, or how is all that coordinated? And then you want to make sure that you've got your routing set up right. So you've got your app and you've got your APIs. Do they talk to each other well? Do you need cores set up? What about a reverse proxy? Now you get into things like security. Do you have SSL certificates and a custom domain? Of course, you want your own domain for your public website. How do you establish these? And how about authentication? You want to make sure you know who the people are who are logging into their app to make sure that they are authenticated. And of course, authorization to make sure that the roles that they provide in your application are all established already. And what about global scale? You might be in Europe or Asia or the United States or South America. You could be anywhere, and your users could also be anywhere. Does your application scale around the world? Wow. You just wanted to build an application, right? You just had your code, and well, what'd you build your code with? Did you use something like Angular, or maybe you used React, or possibly something newer like Svelte, or maybe you're a Vue developer, or something else entirely. There's over 30 different frameworks that you could be using today, and I'm sure that number's even larger. So the tools today have fundamentally changed how we build web applications. No more do we have a server runtime that we have to produce our websites, and we constantly make these page refreshes. Now we're building client-side based applications or static web apps that we use. And the applications are built and then they run entirely in the browser. So we've moved these application responsibilities from the server entirely into the client. And we need a fundamentally new kind of application to handle this. So here, the process works where we have an npm run build or whatever your command might be. And all of your code has to be built before it can be deployed. So your build process runs, and that build process creates static assets, things like HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And then those assets have to be put up on a server somewhere, which then light up your web application. Traditional web servers don't handle the build steps that apps require. They just serve the code. We need a fundamentally new kind of cloud service to handle this. And this is where tools like Azure Static Web Apps can really help you out. So thank you for coming here today. My name's John Papa, and I'm going to show you how you can build and deploy a static web app in just minutes. So let's talk about what static web apps are and how Azure Static Web Apps helps you get there. In this process, you're going to see a couple different things, but to sum up, you're going to build and host your web apps. You want to build them and you want to host them. That's the key part. You might also want authorization and authentication, knowing who the users are and what they can do. You also may want to have APIs. Most applications have data somewhere, so we're going to use serverless technology, in this case using Azure Functions. You also want to have CI/CD, continuous integration to continually build and test your apps, and continuous deployment to deploy your applications out either to production or maybe a preview URL, so you don't take your production site down when you want to see what's happening. All right, so enough talking about this. Let's take a look at what's actually happening behind the scenes. Here, we've got a GitHub repo. All of our code might be in it. And I just decided to say that my code's in an app folder and my functions, my serverless technology, is in an API folder. You can put yours where you would like. And then we push our code up to GitHub, and maybe we make a pull request into a branch. And this fires off a GitHub action, a workflow file that then does our commands. What does that do? It runs npm run build and then deploys the static content, or HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, up to a website. And if we have them, our APIs with Azure Functions, which are optional in this process. Then collectively, those two things become our static web apps application, and they get deployed globally around the world with multiple points of presence. So that's what's happening behind the scenes. Now, it's time to actually see what's happening and try it ourselves. So let's go through a demo. But before we run into this, let's look at what we're going to do. We're going to create an application, and they're going to take that app, and we're going to connect it to an API. So we have our data with the application, and then we're going to cover authorization and authentication. So let's start where you start, though, and that's with your code on GitHub. We'll flip over to our application. So in our application here, we've got a GitHub repository, which you can check out as well. Mine's called JSNation Live 2020. And what I want to do is take this application, which you can see I've got Angular, React, Svelte, and Vue in here. Normally wouldn't run all four, but I'm going to choose Svelte today because why not? This application here is written in 4 different technologies, so you can try it yourself. And I'm going to run that app. So I'm going to go over to Azure Portal, and I'm going to click on Static Web Apps Preview. It's currently in preview. And here, what I can do is click on Add. And then after I click on Add, it's going to bring me to a wizard where I can fill out some steps here. First, I have a subscription for Azure, which you can get a free trial, and I'll show you a link to that later in the demos. And then I can create a resource group. Resource group's just like a name of all, it's like a folder to put things in. So I'm going to call this John Papa SWA JSNation, SWA for Static Web Apps. And then I'm going to give the name to my application. So we can call it the same thing for now. That's fine. And then we'll take our region. I happen to be in the East US. I'll pick it there. I'm going to sign in with GitHub so I can actually connect right to my repository. I'm going to choose my organization. And then I'm going to choose my repository, which was called JSNation Live 2020. So I'm going to type in a little bit here so it filters it down. And then I'll choose the branch that I want to deploy. So now I'm going to connect to master. Next step, I'm going to click on build. This is important because while there's defaults, everybody's app structure is a little bit different. So the app location, that is where is your code located. Mine happens to be in a Svelte app folder. My APIs, let's say I put my APIs inside of a folder called functions. And then the artifact, this is where your build location is. Where is Svelte going to put its built assets, your HTML, JavaScript, and CSS? For Svelte, it happens to be public. So I fill these things out, and then I click on Review and Create. It's then going to give me a review screen, and then I'm going to hit Create button again. And now it's deploying some of these resources. And once the resources are created, it'll give me a blue button saying, go look at those resources, which we'll do in just about a moment. And then after that, we'll go take a look at the things that it's being connected to. So here's the go to resource. Now in the upper right, we can see a couple things. The URL, yellow plant, that's going to be where our web app is. We'll click on that briefly, and it's going to show us it's still building the application, which we just started. So I'll close that window. The deployment history, this is where it's building the app inside of GitHub Actions. We'll take a look at that now. So we go over to the repo, and we can see we're on the Actions tab. And you can see down here, there is a yellow dot next to the action running. Yellow means it's in progress. If we click on this, we can then select the workflow file because it's still building. Let's see what it actually built for us. Inside the workflow file, there's a bunch of things here saying, hey, when you touch the master branch, even with pull requests, go ahead and rebuild this action. And in this first job, you'll notice down here on line 30, this is the stuff we filled in on the portal. So you can change this later if you made a typo. App location, Svelte app. API location, that's mere functions. And where's the code for the built assets? That's what we're going to deploy. That's in the public folder. So here we can see that. We can go back into the repo itself and look at those folders. So we can see here that the Svelte app is right there. That's where our source code is. We know public is the folder that it's going to deploy. So if I click inside of here, that's the public folder. And if I go back out, we can see that we have a functions folder. Uh-oh, we actually don't have a functions folder. I made a typo. That's really an API folder. That's okay. That was on purpose. We're going to take a look and see what happens when we make a typo. So now you can see that it actually built. And here it is with a green check mark. We're going to come back in. We'll click on Build and Deploy on the left. And we can see all the steps are green. On the Build and Deploy, we can open the steps up, and it shows us everything that's happened. You'll see things like npm install running in here, and npm run build right here on line 88. And then at the very bottom, you'll see you can view your site at yellow plant at this URL, which is why custom domains are so nice, so we can set that up. And we can actually copy this and go to it. But at the top, you're also going to see a message about, I couldn't find the API directory right here on line 13. That's because I mistyped it, you didn't. And that's okay because it's still going to build anyway. So one option is to click on the link here. I can also go back to the portal and then click on the link right there. And here is the application that we just deployed to the cloud. So what did we get? Well, we've got our application here. That's great. But what about security? We talked about SSL. Notice up here, we've got HTTPS by default right there. Well, that's not a custom domain though. So what if we wanted a custom domain? Because that takes a minute to set up because you have to configure DNS, let's go look at a final solution. And you can look at this with me. It's at shopathome.dev. So this website's running. It's my domain. And at Shop at Home, we can click on this icon and we can see that there is a certificate and it's valid. We can go look at that certificate right here. So what does it take to set up a custom domain? Well, if we go back into the portal, you'll notice on the left-hand side, the custom domains tab lets us then click on add. We can then see at the top, the first step is once you purchase a custom domain, you just set up the CNAME inside of your DNS and it tells you exactly what to enter. You then type in your custom domain down here in the box, you validate it. This is where Azure will make sure you own it and have the permissions for it. And then you click the add button at the bottom. And once that's done, you'll see something like in the final solution. Here's our custom domain and there's Shop at Home. So that's how that works. So we could connect in SSL and a custom domain. But one thing we have to be aware of is static sites that have client-side routes. Those client-side routes don't map to anything on the server. What does that mean? That means up here, notice I've got /home as my main route. There is no home.html in this particular app because I didn't use server-side rendering. If I did, I'd be fine. But because I didn't, watch what happens when I refresh the page. 404. It's not really a 404, right? Because there's a client-side route that maps to that. But I need to go back into the application and fix this. And there's a way to do that with static web apps. So let's go back, remove the home, and we can see our app. So where did we leave off? We built your application and we added in all this stuff here. We added in our global scaling. We've got an app that's put multiple locations around the world, close to your customers. We talked about SSL and getting custom domains. We started setting up our API, which we're about to do right now. And then we also set up our GitHub pull requests. So let's go see how we can connect the API, fix our fallback route, and let's create a pull request for this so we don't take down the production site, but we set up a secondary site or a preview. So going back to our application, we need to get our code locally so we can see what's happening. So here I've got the code already cloned, and I'm going to run git pull. Why git pull? Because the workflow file was added to the repo for me. And that workflow file is up in GitHub Workflows. Then we can see it right here. And the first thing I got to remember is I want to change that line 31 API location from functions to API. But before I do that, remember, I don't want to change the production site. I want to do this in the preview site. So let's use the VS Code commands to check out to a new branch. And we'll call this my API. Now that I'm in a new branch, I can change functions to API right here, and we'll save that file. And now I also want to set up the fallback. So the fallback route, because everything is going to the public folder, that's the deployment, I'm going to create a new file here called routes.json. And in routes.json, I want to tell it that if you get a 404, it might not really be a 404. Go load the client-side app because the Svelte router might be able to tell you, that's really this homepage. So to do that, I can set up a fallback route using a snippet. Here I'm saying, go ahead and load the index page if we need to. Now I'm going to commit these changes. I'm going to call it fallback and API. And then I'm going to push those changes. And it's going to ask me, would you like to push to the upstream? I will say yes, just like that. And then we can go back into our GitHub repo right here to the pull request tab. And we should see that we have the opportunity to compare a pull request for the API. And I'm going to go ahead and just create the pull request. And once you do that, what's happening is it checks to see if there's a conflict with the branch. And then in a moment, it's going to show you a message right there that it's going to kick off the workflow that we already created. And we can see that right here. We can click on the details of the build and deploy step. So now we can see that this workflow file is rebuilding for the pull request. The main site's still up and running. but now we've got a pull request site. So instead of waiting for this, because it takes about a minute and a half, let's go look at the final solution. In the final solution, we should have a fallback route. So here I'm on the products page. If I click refresh, notice it goes right to the products page again. If I'm on home and I click refresh, it goes right to home. So the fallback works. And you'll also notice that when we click on the list, we've got our data. That's because our API has now been deployed because we told it to go to the right folder. So all of that is now connected and everything's running. But let's go look at the production site and see I've got a pull request here. And let's say I wanted to switch from Svelte to Vue instead for a pull request, just because I'm kind of crazy like that. In this pull request, that's what I did. And it set up a new URL. Once the pull request has built and deployed, it actually gives you the link to that secondary or preview URL right here. So I can click on that. And now you can see this is my secondary site that's running, and it's just a different color because it's Vue. So I can see what's happening there. So now I've got my main production site and I've got my preview URL all good to go. So we've done quite a bit with the app and the API. We set all of this up to create our application and set up our routes that we need. But what about authentication and authorization? This is usually where things can go a little bit awry. So let's go take a look at what these do for us. Now, back in our app, we want to make sure that we can set up authorization. So one of the ways to do that is to go back into this routes JSON file. Now, I always want the fallback route to be last because that should only happen if everything else fails. We go through the routes one at a time. Well, what I want is to make sure that I have an authentication provider. And Azure Static Web Apps supports 5 auth providers: Twitter, GitHub, Azure Active Directory, Google, and Facebook. But what if I don't want to support them all? I can actually put blockers in this route to say, don't support Facebook and don't support Google. Because maybe 5 ways to authenticate is just way too many. It's nothing against them. We just have to narrow the field. So that will tell it, look, don't authenticate with those, but allow Twitter, Azure Active Directory, and GitHub. And now, what if we also want to make sure that users who authenticate can see the data, but they can't edit data? So we can also set up routes with restrictions like this. So here I'm saying that you can only go to the discounts if you're a preferred user. That's a role that we're going to create, preferred users. You can also only edit, that's what the X means. I have routes under X, which are editing, if you're preferred. But anybody who's authenticated can get to other data, like the list of products. So now I would just commit this and push it with our PR to push it up. Let's go look at the running application and see how this works. So in this application right now is at Shop at Home. Notice I'm logged in. I'm going to log out and show you how these routes work for us. First, inside of this, I can go to the home page, but I can't see the list of data. I'm not authenticated, so it's stopping me from seeing that. Now, if I click on Facebook, remember we blocked Facebook. If I click on that, it's going to go to page not found. That's because we told it we don't support this. And this is a custom page that you can design yourself. It's just a static HTML page. But if I click on Twitter, it's going to say, I'm going to go authenticate with Twitter. It'll prompt you for permission if you haven't done so already and bring you back to the same page. Now, if I click on list, because I'm authenticated, I can see all of the products. If I click on discounts, I can't. That's because the user has to be in the preferred role. So if I log out and I log in with GitHub, I actually am authenticated in the preferred role with GitHub. Now you can see my discounts. So how does this work? Back in the application, I will show you where this gets set up. You go over to your role management. And in role management, you'll notice that John Papa on GitHub has the preferred role as well as anonymous and authenticated. If I wanted to add somebody else, I would invite them, choose the provider, type something in here, like my daughter, add something in like preferred role and click generate. And it creates a invitation link, which you can expire in 1 hour, 24 hours, etc. So they can click on it and join the role. So that's how we set up authentication. So we just did all this stuff, right? It's like, whoa, it's built for all these different features that we have. We got everything we wanted out of the box. We really have to do a whole lot to get there other than build our app. And we get all that with Azure Static Web Apps. It's all with one easy to use thing. Right now it's currently preview, so we're looking for feedback too on what else you might like. It was just released, I think, on May 19th. So that's the opening date. You get that single unified workflow through GitHub Actions, serverless APIs if you want them with Azure Functions. You don't have APIs with serverless, you don't have to use them. And it's integrated with authentication and authorization for roles and access. So if you want to try this yourself, you can do everything I just showed you by going out here to the link, SWA Docs, tons of docs. I think there's 18 pages of them showing you how to do different things, including custom domains. You can also try a tutorial with things like Angular, React's Filter View, or you can try something like Gatsby. We've got a tutorial for Gatsby. We've got docs for Hugo, for ViewPress, all sorts of great stuff out there. And then you can build the application yourself and reach global scale. So I want to thank you for coming today, and I appreciate everybody from JSNation for supporting us. And I hope you all have a great day and give a shout to Static Web Apps.
Wow, John. As it's Sir Paul McCartney's birthday, I'm going to describe your presentation as fab and not inconsiderably groovy either. If you wouldn't mind popping up into the virtual interrogation center, and I will put to you some of the questions from our lovely audience, if that's okay.
I've popped up. John
Thank
Papa
you,
has
John.
popped up.
Popper popped. Nice to know. Okay, so one of the questions that I know everybody's going to ask you is, what frameworks does this all work with?
The framework. So it will work with pretty much anything that you use today with JavaScript, or even things like Jekyll. So you like Jekyll, you can use that to host these up there. Anything that creates server-side web content, things like Nuxt to Next, Gatsby, Hugo. It'll work with client-side stuff, so you can do, Angular, React, Vue, Svelte, Marco, lit HTML. Actually, I've got a repo that I created called John Papa Hello-Worlds and on GitHub. And if you look at that, there's 31, I think it's 31 different framework types. And I use those to kind of test what I can load in it.
I didn't know there were 31 different framework types, but
there's some I've never heard of that are in there until recently. Yeah.
I suppose I haven't counted the framework since last Tuesday, so doubtless another 10 have been invented since
There's your
then.
mistake right there.
Man, framework counting should be done daily if you want to have a proper project. So thank you for framework counting. You say globally distributed. What does that actually mean?
That means you can get pizza delivered to your house anytime, anywhere around the world by Wait, no, that's the other Papa John. That actually means that there's servers around the world that are points of presence in different continents and countries. And we're constantly adjusting that too. Right now, Static Web.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight.
about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
To the GitHub.
Absolutely. Once we're done talking, so I can actually pay attention to you.
The last question is possibly the most important. If you were hosting a dinner party and you'd invited me, because why wouldn't you, Napoleon.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight.
about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something else. Or I could just use Mux.
Ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town.
Our first day has come to an end. I've certainly had a really great time. I was a little bit worried about how it would be to MC a conference from my home office, but it's been a great community vibe. Thank you all for your participation, whether it be asking questions, whether it be chatting with each other elsewhere, whether it be thinking very, very deeply about which of my garments you liked best. The winners were neck and neck. 26% of you liked the trousers best. 26% of you said you just liked all of them equally. So thank you. Next time I'm down. Next time lockdown is over and my teaching Chris some dance move resumes, I know what I'll be wearing. I had a great time. It was amazing. A few housekeeping things to remind you of before we sign off. So I'm going to hand the whisk of glory over to Fleur. Fleur.
Thank you so much. So that I can talk about our sponsors again, because again, without our sponsors, this day wouldn't have been possible. And that would have been a shame because we would have never found out about lasagna and Cleopatra and, who'd be the best belly dancer, might they ever have a second career.
And my trousers.
And your trousers, obviously. Yeah. Who could forget about your trousers? All right. So our sponsors in no particular order or a bit of an order. Were Mux and AWS Amplify, Focus Reactive, Fauna, Frontity, Delivery Hero, Hazura, Farfetch, Formidable, SiteGround, and Datatalk. I'm gonna hand it back to you, Bruce.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a moment to look at this. This is what we in the trade call a whisk assessment, folks. You should do it every time you cook, because these things can prove a little bit dangerous. I'm sorry, my fellow MCs are just like throwing things at me now. Don't forget, we have a conference multi-pass available. You get access to 6 remote conferences and a number of exclusive perks for crossed out number 139 euros. 139 is an interesting number because if you add up each of the digits, you get 13, which is the death card in the tarot deck. But the death card doesn't mean physical death. It means change and renewal, the growth of something new and beautiful. Talking of the growth of something new and beautiful, I'm going to hand the ladle to my next MC.
Well, magically, the ladle became a whisk again because I did not prepare a ladle. You could have told me on forehand. Damn it.
I've ruined it now, haven't I?
Skid ruined.
Sorry, man.
Well, we'll roll with it. So, if you are really depressed that this skit is now failed, please let us know in the feedback form. If you did like it, also let us know in the feedback form. If there's anything you think that could be better, if you have any suggestions, please let us know. We've worked really hard in creating a beautiful day for you where you can have fun and learn, but we're all still learning. This is all new to us, this whole remote conference thingy. If you have any comments about the MCs, please keep it to yourself. And then I would like Chris to continue.
Sorry, you and yes, thanks, Metin. Yeah, tomorrow the after party, which is going to be amazing. In addition to the Quack.js tournament, there will be the Scribble Bar. We'll all be there at the spatial chat to once and for all find out who is the best belly dancer of us all. Because I do feel we'll have enough time, enough preparation to actually like let it be known. You know, we'll even bring in pose dance. We'll use pose dance to kind of like get a few points out there. You know, we do have a refereeing system. You know, technology for good, right? But same time tomorrow. We'll be fishing around this time, and yeah, the after party is going to be amazing. There will be warm and cold beverages, and you know, loads of fun for everyone. You know, and I'm a best belly dancer. But okay, cool. Moving on.
All right. I would like to invite all the speakers to the stage so we can say our goodbyes. All the speakers, all the panelists, everyone that was involved in this day, come to the stage. There we are. I see only 11 people. That's not enough. I need more people. Where are all the other ones? We're just gonna roll with it, I guess, because the other ones missed their cue. So everyone, say goodbye. Thanks for joining. Hope you are tuning in tomorrow, and thanks a lot for today.
Thanks so much to all the speakers, and thank you so much, fellow MCs. I've learned a lot from you, belly dancing, octopuses, etc. And thank you all from all four corners of the world. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster of emotions, and we're allowed to go into roller coasters again here in the Netherlands, but you have to make an appointment. But I booked a ticket, so it's allowed. From the bottom of my heart, I have to say thank you all for joining. It's been a wonderful day. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, same
bat channel,
same everything. Same bat signal?
Bat channel.
Oh, bat channel.
All right, I'm off to do the dishes.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Or I could just use Mux.
Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
I'm thinking about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something. Or I could just use Mux. about starting some kind of video or streaming site. What are you going to use? YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, some other OVP? Do you want to customize it? You're going to have to handle HLS or something like that. Or I could just use Mux.
Thank you.